Good morning. Good morning at all. Good morning to our participants in person and online. This is the second day of our final SoPHIA conference. And I would like to thank all you, all the participants and all the attendees. Let me introduce our institutional representative of University of Roma Tre, our Dean, Professor Luca Pietromarchi, and our Vice Dean, Professor Mauro De Nonno, and the Dean of our Business Department. Please, thank you, Luca Pietromarchi, for your welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Just a few words to say to all of you are welcome in Roma Tre. You are here in the Aula Magna of the Law Department of Roma Tre, and we are very, very proud to host this conference. This conference that constitutes both a finishing line and a starting point. On one side, as Michela Marchiori told me all the coming of these works, it officially concludes the SoPHIA project. The project has been founded under the H2020 funding program, and it has been carried out by the Department of Business Studies of Roma Tre, with, to my right hand, you have the director of the department, Professor Marco Tutino, and of the Department of the Architecture, in collaboration with prominent research centers. The fruitful collaboration among those international institutions brought to interesting and innovative results that we'll be also presenting during the conference you already started yesterday. Not only the outcome of the research project has brought positive, very positive returns to our university, to Roma Tre, and also testifies the validity of the strategic plan oriented to bring together different professionalisms from international academic and professional institutions. We like very much to install some collaboration between different dominions like academic professionals, universities, and institutions. As cultural heritage studies are rooted in diverse academic backgrounds and proliferate in different yet complementary streams of research, it's our profound convincement that interdisciplinarity is mandatory and a key objective. This is what we pursue even in our university, trying to build all the possible bridges between even our departments. This is a strategic example. The conference also marks a challenging starting point for what we believe could be a fruitful network of researchers in the culture heritage studies. I'm sure that the conference sessions will provide and have provided you all with stimulating presentations, fruitful academic debates, and interesting networking opportunities. So this is why I really I'm grateful to Professoressa Michela Marchiori in organizing and building really not only this conference, but this important network. And to all of you, again, my welcome and il nostro buon lavoro. Grazie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Luca Pietromarchi. And I give the word to our Vice Dean, Professor Mauro De Nonno, that he will speak in Italian, but I am sure that you will understand his word. Thank you, Mario.
Mauro De Nonno is Professor of Latin. If you prefer, we can turn to Latin.
Better Italian than Latin. So, dunque, poche parole perché il rettore, l'amico Luca Pietromarchi, ha già introdotto e focalizzato, diciamo, i punti fondamentali dell'interesse che il nostro Ateneo ha e avrà nei confronti di questa iniziativa così importante e così strategica nel campo della ricerca. Oggi, quando si parla di ricerca, si parla di un tema al centro dell'attenzione dell'opinione pubblica e al centro dell'attenzione dei decisori politici. Naturalmente il problema è poi sempre quello di capire che cosa vuol dire ricerca, cosa vuol dire ricerca scientifica, come si declina, se dal basso verso l'alto o dall'alto verso il basso, attraverso la libera scelta da parte degli studiosi dei temi di ricerca o l'indicazione da parte di chi ha compiti istituzionali e di governo, diciamo così, di orientare secondo delle linee di tendenza condivise, quella che è appunto la ricerca scientifica. Da questo punto di vista è evidente che c'è questo problema della valutazione, cioè nel momento in cui la ricerca diventa parte di un sistema di finanziamenti, di un sistema di gestione di comparti importanti dell'intervento pubblico a livello nazionale e a livello internazionale, gli stakeholder si chiedono come fare a verificare l'impatto, diciamo, di questa ricerca. Questo progetto, il progetto SoPHIA, coglie esattamente questo punto, collocandosi da un punto di vista che valorizza l'interdisciplinarietà. Oggi si preferisce dire transdisciplinarietà, ma io sono più legato alle discipline, quindi mi fermo alla interdisciplinarietà, non mi sento ancora di andare trans, diciamo così, al di là addirittura delle competenze disciplinari. Perché? Perché, come dire, offre ed elabora uno strumento, come si dice, con un'altra parola molto di moda, ma che in questo caso è molto pertinente, uno strumento olistico. La possibilità di verificare l'impatto della ricerca in termini di ricadute in un contesto più ampio, su un ventaglio che non è semplicemente, che non guarda semplicemente al tessuto economico, ma anche alle ricadute sociali, alle ricadute formative, alle ricadute nel senso della maturazione dell'opinione pubblica. È, come dire, effettivamente un modo con il quale poter unificare, poter riportare in qualche maniera ad unità questa divisione che si fa sempre più pericolosa, diciamo così, fra ricerche nel campo delle discipline umanistiche e sociali e ricerche nel campo delle discipline scientifiche e tecnologiche. Questo divide, diciamo così, tra le scienze che servono e le scienze che non servono. A che serve il latino? Visto che sono stato tirato in ballo, no? E questa è la domanda che ci assorda, oppure a che serve qualsiasi altra cosa, insomma. Ecco. Allora, in questo senso, Roma Tre ha un'esperienza molto interessante proprio nel campo dei beni culturali, perché è stata tra i soci fondatori qui nella nostra regione Lazio del distretto tecnologico per le tecnologie applicate ai beni culturali, un'iniziativa meritoria che mette insieme, diciamo, le 5 università pubbliche e i 3 maggiori enti di ricerca, CNR, INFN ed Enea, che operano nel territorio laziale. Questa iniziativa alla quale Roma Tre partecipa, ripeto, come socio fondatore, e dalla quale ha ricevuto, come dire, e nell'ambito della quale i suoi filoni di ricerca sono stati ampiamente valorizzati e anche premiati da parte del finanziamento locale, diciamo, ha proprio la caratteristica di voler mettere insieme questi 2 aspetti. Quindi io penso che l'elaborazione di uno strumento di valutazione, come si diceva, olistico, come viene proposto dal progetto SoPHIA, sia veramente ciò di cui, per esempio, anche questa iniziativa, diciamo, si potrà valere in maniera molto efficace, così come pure tante altre, perché questo è esattamente il nodo del problema della ricerca finanziata, della ricerca sostenuta, diciamo così, da un intervento, io mi riferisco a un intervento pubblico, ma naturalmente il problema della valutazione vale poi, dell'impatto vale per qualsiasi tipo di investimento. Quindi in questo senso, ecco, scusatemi se mi sono forse un momento dilungato su alcuni aspetti di contesto, diciamo, però per testimoniare che non si tratta di un endorsement, diciamo così, formale, ma si tratta di qualche cosa che per una università generalista e anche orgogliosamente generalista come Roma Tre è davvero, come dire, strategico e di vitale importanza. Grazie dunque ai colleghi che hanno animato, hanno partecipato e hanno diretto anche questo progetto di ricerca, e veramente l'augurio, l'auspicio e la necessità è che questo continui a camminare e ad affermarsi e a dare frutti. Grazie.
Thank you, Professor Mario De Nonno, for giving us a message, an encouraged message to go ahead in our effort in collaboration between humanistic and management studies and social studies, and our effort in develop this important themes, that is the assessment of both research and intervention in cultural energy. Thank you. And now, as you know, the department, our SoPHIA project and our leading team is based on two departments, Department of Architecture and Department of Business Studies. And it is for me a very pleasure to give the word to my dean, the Professor Marco Tutino of the Department of Business Studies. Thank you very much, Marco, to coming here with us.
Thank you, Michela. Thank you to our rector, Professor Luca Pietromarchi, for opening the conferences. Thank you also to Mario De Nonno as a provost in the research area. It's my pleasure. It's to be actually the head of department ad interim. And it's a big pleasure to open the conference for the SoPHIA project, because of SoPHIA project bring Roma Tre and bring the Department of Business Studies in the center of an important project, that is the assessment of heritage, of cultural heritage. And I think that Michela and all the staff, Professor Michela Marchiori, Professor Paola De Martini, Professoressa Lucia Marcheggiani, they are all staff in our department. They are working on this. It's like 3 years. So this is the final event, and we are very proud for that. The important stuff is not only the results achieved by the project, but it's also important for the policy, for the political our Ateneum Roma Tre, and for the relationship between Ateneum and Roma Tre, the consortium, all the constituted by all the subjects involved in the project, and also with the European Commission. So we are now one of the members of this consortium that are able to talk to the Commission in an important project as the assessment of the cultural heritage. So we are very proud of that. And I'm proud that our department is in the center of this important project. And I'm also very proud that our Ateneum is in the center of this important project. So thank you everybody for attending these conferences. After 3 years, we are finally ready to present this project, the final results. And thank you for coming to Roma Tre. Thanks.
sorry, we are flexible enough to jump in and out. Thank you for your patience. So there's been a slight, a small problem, a small issue, but Honorable Silvia Costa is joining us, and we could leave the stage to Sabrina Yaiche, who is our project officer, and she is connected online. Yeah, we can see you, Sabrina.
Hello, hello, do you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Hello, first of all, welcome everybody, and thank you for inviting me to this meeting. I will keep it short. I have been the project officer for this project since April 21, so quite looking forward to attend this conference and to see the exchanges that are going to have today. I would like just to give a small thank you to Michela and Lucia. They have been my contact persons for that project, and they have been very professional in all the exchanges that I've had until now, whether it is about the quality of the deliverable or the administrative and finance follow-up. So from my side, a big thank you to both of them, to all of you in the background as well. And I wish you a very nice day, and I will attend today as much as I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sabrina. I think I can speak for the whole consortium in thanking for your support. We have been very naughty sometimes in asking questions over questions, and we must say humbly that this has been the first experience for the team at the Department of Business Studies in leading the consortium in any European project. So anytime we had any slight doubts, we dared to disturb Sabrina and Andrea Grisorio, who was the project officer before Sabrina. And we must, I mean, I'm really impressed, I would say, by the availability and the support, the great support that we have received throughout all the project. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Yeah, the project hasn't officially ended yet, even though this is the final conference. So this is also an excuse for a preventive apology for all that's going to come in the next future until we finally close officially the project. Thanks. Okay, so I guess we have received all the official salutation from all the authorities in the university and the department, and we really would like to welcome Honorable Silvia Costa, who is really approaching the university. So I dare to ask you for some slight more patience, and let's see how long it will take. If it's too much, maybe we can move on with the program and then give her the space. Just let me check out the status of the program. Thanks.
Dear Sabrina, I hope you are already again with us, and because sorry for not being here during your intervention, but I'm waiting for the honorable Silvia Costa, that she is coming because most of the traffic during his travel. And so thank you very much for your intervention. I would like to say to all our communities that your contribution for our project has been fundamental. A very, very great support in each stage of our project in this second year. So thank you very much for your help. And now we are waiting for Silvia Costa, that is the extraordinary commissioner for the restoring of an important cultural heritage in Italy, that is the jail of Santo Stefano, that is a little island in south of Italy. And we are very, very, very pleasure. We have a great pleasure to have Silvia with us. So sorry for the delay, but I think that in few minutes Silvia will be with us. And let me introduce the second day of this conference, because as you know, this second day is on our SoPHIA project, the output of our SoPHIA project, and we are very, very glad to discuss this output with, of course, our researcher, and with the discussants that have been with us today. So only a few minutes and we continue our conference. Thank you. Thank you. Here we are again with us, with you, and all together. And it is a very great pleasure for me to introduce the Honorable Silvia Costa, a special commissioner for the government, the Italian government, for the restructuring of the Santo Stefano prison or jail, that is, as I said, a little island in south of Italy. But I would like to remember that Silvia Costa was an important member of the European Parliament, and we like to have her here with us, in particular for her great effort in development the cultural policies at European level. She engaged himself, first of all, and all the teams and all the European Parliament in develop these policies, and we are very, very grateful for her efforts and for the work that Silvia will continue to make in Italy and for Europe. Thank you, Silvia, for being here with us.
Thank you so much. Sorry for a little delay, but it happens in Rome sometimes. And I'm very, very glad, very honored to be here today. And I thank so much Michela Marchiori, the coordinator of this fantastic project. And I'm very, very glad also that you won in such an interesting way this important inside the program of Horizon Plus. I prefer to read something. My English is not so perfect. I would like to congratulate all those who have participated in this research SoPHIA, Social Platform for Holistic Heritage Impact Assessment, with a group of researchers and a group of advisors, among whom I greet some friends. Someone is here, I saw, such as Erminia Masciacchitano, Annalisa Cicerchia, Riccardo Pozzo, Pierluigi Sacco, very close friend that was with not with me, but together we want for culture, for more centrality of culture, cultural heritage, cultural and creative industries inside the European policies during the last 10 years. And so I'm very glad to reconnect with them. Their scientific contribution has been instrumental in creating the semantic and cognitive conditions that have made possible the eligibility of the impact assessment research in the European program Horizon Plus. The road now is Horizon U. The road continues. I'm pleased to inform you, maybe that you already know, that yesterday the European Commission confirmed that one of the lines of reform of the European research area is that dedicated to European research on culture and creativity, publishing the call for proposal on KICS, in which I hope that Italy will participate. Your research, so authoritative for the academic and scientific institutions that are involved, for the quality of the reference and for the topicality of the treated team, finds therefore the conditions to continue after this first phase with an in-depth study on the field. That's very interesting. I totally share this approach. I intend, I don't know, we can create this basis no, for a cooperation that I propose now. I intend to propose, as I explained and Ryan announced before in our meeting to Professor Marchiori, this opportunity to you, we can find a way. In my role of special commissioner, as you remind before, of the government for the restoration and recovery of the former prison of Santo Stefano in Ventotene. It can be a challenge which is at once environmental, cultural, historical, and anthropic, and which summarizes all the areas of interest that you have addressed with a holistic view. In fact, I appreciate SoPHIA because it introduces a multidisciplinary, even in Italian is a difficult word, a multidisciplinary is terrible, grid of cultural heritage impact assessment at all stages of implementation of the analyzed processes, ex ante, in progress, and post. And I agreed too with the choice made by SoPHIA, which does not propose a rigid model or rigid model, but integrated assessment criteria. Numerical indicators play an important part, but they are constantly being adapted to concrete and specific situations. And I am very, very in line with this approach because sometimes the indicators has been not the best way, but this integrated approach, this on the field verification, and also to go not in just define at the beginning, which is the set of indicators. For me, is more promising approach than others. I'm very happy to see implemented in SoPHIA many principles that in recent years have taken shape in the policy of the European Union for the creative and cultural sectors, in particular for cultural heritage. The European Parliament, I would like just to recognize this because I has been in the European Parliament for 10 years in Culture Committee. The European Parliament has played an important guiding and driving role through the Culture and Education Committee, of which I was a member for 10 years, including as President and Rapporteur for Creative Europe, 2014-20 and 21-27, finding important support from some member states, in particular Italy, and some very valid interlocutors in the European Commission, with the commissioners former Commissioner Vassiliou and Navracic, and the directors of the General Directorate of Culture. The Green Paper, Unlocking the Potential of the Culture and Creative Industries 2011, promoted by the European Commission, is the starting point, as post-crisis vision of 2008, that recognizes the value of some segments of the European culture and creative sectors for the creation of jobs, wealth, exports in productive sectors that cannot be delocalized and with a high added value. This approach, breaking down the silos between sectors, can reach a critical economic mass and develop a sector policy unifying some rules through the unification of support programs. Creative Europe was thus born from the merger of culture, media, and media mundus. The extremely difficult challenge of creating a grid of evaluation indicators, I remember so well, and assessments criteria between sectors so different was immediately understood. One on side, sectors more industrial and used to measuring themselves against international benchmarks, such, for example, cinema, audiovisual, design. And on the other side, sectors such as museums, able to provide numbers on users, but not on assets, and still others characterized by extreme fragmentation and intermittence. The Annex A of Creative Europe 14-2020 regarding result indicators is the result of a pitched battle between the sometimes more economistic approach of the Commission, who won, sadly, I must admit, against us MEPs, in particular myself and my staff. And here I would like to quote Cristina Loglio, who was a fantastic person beside me. How is culture measured? 10 years ago in Brussels, but also at the OECD, at Eurostat, Istat, it seemed that the only interesting numbers were the GDP generated, the number of tickets sold, the number of dependent jobs created. To remain in the economic field, more specific values were not considered at all. The things has changed now, such as, I remember, those introduced by the restoration of cultural attractions for the requalification of marginal areas, nor the lower social costs of communities able to mediatic, ethnic, and religious difference through cultural dialogue, nor the economic value of integration between creative industrial sectors. But above all, I fought to ensure that alongside its economic value, culture is recognized as having an intrinsic value for intellectual, social, and spiritual growth of people, and to provide tools for more democratic, intercultural, sustainable and dialogical communities with very concrete consequence. This is the metrics on which it was possible, after the tragic shipwreck of migrants in Lampedusa, just to make an example, to issue a call for Creative Europe, dedicated call in Creative Europe, cooperation for cultural projects of interaction with migrants. And again, it's on this legal basis that the relationship between culture and care has found space, health, and so on, whose relevance and importance we have become aware of in the COVID period, but which had already taken root with the research on cultural welfare on Pierluigi Sacco and with the practical experiences of Caterina Sei and Annalisa Cicerchia. The 2011 Green Paper was the bearer of already mature and very Italian sensibilities, thanks to the contribution of Professor Morganti and the staff of University of Turin, and that of Professor Giovannini, who now is our minister, and then proponent at ISTAT and later at OECD of well-being indicators. Now you remember BES. And much more sophisticated and relevant than the GDP to operate an holistic assessment of the impacts of cultural heritage. The turning point was the year 2018. I look to Erminia Shakitano, who was one of the pillars this year in Europe. Proclaimed European Year of Cultural Heritage, we fought a lot for this, which gave a different legitimacy to all creative and cultural sector, with the transition from mainstreaming cross-cutting dimension in all policies. For the first time, at the same table, we, together with the Parliament and Commission, organized the table with all, with the presence of all DGs, no? European DGs. Before the beginning, some DGs was very skeptics to be in a cultural heritage year, no? Included, but then at the end there is una gara, sì, insomma, c'è la parola, I don't remember the word, but everybody was to be at the table. I remember everyone invented something to be inside the framework of cultural heritage. And now this holistic approach is itself this is a very I go to the conclusion. The teamwork with Italian fraction has found an excellent interpreter in Minister Cicerchia. For the purpose of our reflections today, we must mention here one of the brilliant results obtained by Armenia, a national expert seconded for 6 years to DG Culture and now in the Minister of Culture. The inclusion in the Eurostat census questions of some questions concerning the perception of the importance of culture or well-being, the reputation of places, and social identity. The exceptionally positive responses from European citizens, with the percentage above 80%, have contributed to the many subsequent outcomes, including SoPHIA, funded by a branch of Horizon Plus, aimed at supporting cultural heritage, and chartered the project for the approximation and interoperability of training standards in cultural heritage professions supported by Erasmus. And I would like to mention, among many examples, the growth of UNIC. I don't know if you know, imagine UNIC. UNIC is, or EUNIC, is the network of the cultural institutions, the network of cultural institutes of the member states for the promotion of unitarity initiatives of cultural diplomacy within and outside the EU. And again, the work lines of DG development that make use of the European cultural added value to promote actions and production in the field of development cooperation. I could go and I'll end, but I don't want to go on. Just to say also the increased role that culture has also inside the Erasmus program, Erasmus Plus program, and also inside the new European Solidarity Corps. Look at this interesting citizenship area, very, very new program. I imagine that this is the final objective. This is to consider culture as the fourth pillar of the sustainable development. This approach is the basis of this new approach. I just to close, I want just to say this. Also, remember that in this moment, Italy has the presidency of the Council of Europe, and very important to just mention two very, very promising and increasing programs. One is a Faro Convention. It's very important to implement, and European cultural itineraries. That's another very promising program. I conclude by proposing to the research partners and for all of them to the coordinator, Professor Marchiori of Roma Tre, to experimentally apply the SoPHIA holistic assessment method to the Santo Stefano restoration and refunctionalization project, which, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, presents a high and challenging complexity due to the coexistence of historical, cultural, environmental, and territorial development elements. The ancient prison Il Panopticon in Santo Stefano has a highly symbolic value, also connected with the mother islands Ventotene, where was conceived the Manifesto for a Free and United Europe, and its vocation to represent the European values of human rights have motivated the Italian government to make a significant economic investment, accompanied by constant attention. We need emblematic and exemplary cases capable of making public opinion understand that investment in culture is necessary, convenient, a priority. This is also favorable, and as a conclusion, just today at 11, I have to go in another part of this university because we are a very important protocol signed with the rector and the Professor Ruotolo in a constitutional law, because today will be the official presentation by the rector and by professor on the new European Penological Center, the law of penalties and so on, that will take in place in Ventotene Santo Stefano. And so we are in the very you are in the very right place in which to start to, I hope, imagine a cooperation with us. Sorry for my English, but I hope that you are a very brilliant person. I understand, in spite of my mistakes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Silvia Costa. Thank you very much for this opening. This is the best opening that we hope to have today, because you introduce, you put SoPHIA project inside the stream of research policies programs on cultural heritage assessment, and not only, of course. Thank you for having appreciated our SoPHIA approach that is online with your vision, I think, also of the importance of multidisciplinary approach and multidimensional approach. But first of all, thank you for your for the opportunities that you gave us to explore and to try to introduce and implement SoPHIA project in your important projects. Thank you very, very much. So we can go through our conference, and we are on late, 30 minutes, but I think that we can begin starting with our first session, first panel. Our first panel is on SoPHIA Holistic Impact Assessment Model and its potential for future development. During this panel, we are going to hear the presentation of our researcher and to discuss with them with our discussant, Henrik Zipsane, Ines Bentecourt de Camara, Riin Alatalu, and Alessandra Gariboldi. I thank all of you for this session, and I thank very much Mercedes Giovinazzo that moderate this session. I'll invite the panelists to come and to present their intervention. Mauro Baioni, Roma Tre University, Aron Weigl, EDUCULT, Sanja Tisman that is online. Okay. Sorry, Sunčana, please. And Annalisa Cicerchia, Roma Tre University, that is online. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you, Michela, for this introduction. Thank you for having us here at Roma Tre. In the name of Interarts and my colleagues with whom I am here, Antonio Guzzardo and Alberto Cerezo, we are extremely happy and pleased for this opportunity of closing the conference with all of you, despite the dystopic situation that we're living in. We have braved the restrictions, and we're here to be all of us together, at least those of us who have made it here. So thank you again. Thank you. And on a more personal note, I am well touched to be here. The University of Rome is my alma mater. It's not Roma Tre, it's La Sapienza. But however, being back in the academic setting in Rome is anyway for me, well, touching. It takes me back many, many years ago. I don't know if we have a slide that we were supposed to have online. What do I have to do? Sorry. Anyway, can you help me?
Lucia Marchigiani is
I need to put it online. Yeah, that one.
trying to connect.
Thank you. Let's start. This is the first session that we have of this conference that delves into the matter at hand. As we have heard, this is the SoPHIA project. Our acronym is already important in this first session. We heard yesterday how we are a social platform. Michela, you talked about this yesterday, the SOP, social platform, a community of practice, and the HIA, the holistic, we've heard it today also, impact assessment, the importance of holistic. But let me go back. SoPHIA is about wisdom, it's about intelligence, it's about craftsmanship, it's about the past, but it's also about the present and the future. And this is the choice that the consortium made in naming this project SoPHIA. Again, you know, this link between the past and the future that we live in is absolutely important. And we have wanted to try to provide at the best that we have been able to, a model that is, through a new approach, as you said yesterday, Michela, our engagement with policy making for the future and with the legacy of this project. I've asked to put this slide on because, as Michela said yesterday, this project is also about leading to a consensus through the work of the consortium with its community of practice about the model, but also about options for policy making, for operational programs, for research agendas. The photograph on the left, on the right-hand side, yes, this is on the right-hand side is for those of us who are a bit older in the room, you might remember Dominique Baguet, the dancer, the French dancer and choreographer who died at age 40, very, very young, and who was an important figure of the contemporary dance scene in the 80s. He died in December, passed away in December 1992. And in December 2012, there was a call for flash mobs around France in several cities that was picked up actually to a good degree by his disciples and friends to honor his career. This is a picture taken, well, if it's there, I don't know. Anyway, that is a picture that is taken of the flash mob at the Palais Royal in France. If you, as I imagine you do, know Paris, Paris is at the heart of France, but it is said by historians that and topographers that the Palais Royal is at the heart of Paris. It's, as the word says itself, it's a royal palace, but today it's the headquarters of the State Council and the Constitutional Court. But hey, it's also where the Comédie Française and the opera are. So it's a neuralgic place in Paris, and it was invested at that day, 9 December 2012, by professional dancers, amateur dancers, students, but also people that came by and were invited to dance, again, to honor Dominique Baguet. So this picture is about the past, the symbolism, the strength of the Palais Royal and what it stands for in the urban context in Paris. But it is also about people engaging in arts, in expressing themselves, communities that honor, well, in this case, the figure, again, of a well-known dancer. It could be anywhere. It's Paris, but it could be anywhere. And this is, I think, also what SoPHIA delves into. It's about this link between the past that feeds into the future. It's about rooting our life today in processes that make sense, what we call the sense-making narratives that we are able to generate through cultural heritage, but narratives that have to make sense for everyone involved. as we said yesterday, Michela. It's about convincing the policymakers, indeed, not only by providing them or feeding them killer facts, but by providing them a narrative that can also make sense to them, that they can relate to, but also providing narratives for communities, for people, for citizens, because at the end of the day, it is those that live in society with, we all live in society, we all are community, and we all relate to our heritage. And those narratives that we want to generate are extremely important. In this sense, here I lead into the panel. We are going to present today this model that we want to share with you. We will have a run through. This is a hybrid conference. Welcome to the new millennium. This is a hybrid conference, so some of us are here on the stage with me, Mauro Baioni from Roma Tre, Aron Weigl from EDUCULT, and Sunčana Franić, who will be the voice of Sania Tisma, who is online. And online, Annalisa Cicerchia will run us through the model, also in a visual way. We're very happy of what we are going to leave as a legacy. And I want to relate to something that Erminia said yesterday, Erminia Shakitano. It is also about providing not only things that make sense, but that have a high level of quality, Erminia. This is something I think that has driven us through these 2 years. So this first part will be about presenting the model, and then we will have a second part, and the title of the session, you have it. It's about the potential deployment of the model, again, as our legacy, again, as what we can do as a community to push it forward. And we will have inputs from several of our partners and stakeholders. Some are here: Henrik Zipsane, Riin Alatalu, Alessandra Gariboldi, and online, Ines Camara de Betancourt. So without further ado, Mauro Baioni, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mercedes. I share my screen. Okay. Okay. An old style presentation with a PowerPoint, and then we go through the model in the online version. So just a few words to recap where we are. The call H 2020, it was our starting point. And I'd like just to point out one fact, that we are dealing with a crucial switch from the illogical funding. It's important to allocate funds for culture. We are all struggling in these years for the importance of culture, to the one of impact. It's important to give evidence to the benefits that we can obtain from the cultural intervention. And then again, the aim of SoPHIA, we try to meet this expectation with our proposal. We define an assessment model, but not only that, as Mercedes said before, we committed ourselves in trying to balancing the need for a practical solution, a practical tool, as it is an impact assessment model, and then the big picture, to contribute to a collective reflection about new possibility, new path, new direction for research, for the policies. Our approach, let's go back. We have a long and well-paved road back to our shoulder. Some findings that we can consider our starting point. The one is the first picture on the left. Yes, it's on the left. Is the cultural heritage counts for Europe. It's a very, very important research. We can consider it our starting point because it's dealing with the many fields that have positive impacts that receive positive impacts from cultural intervention, and taking care of these many aspects, taking care of more than one single aspect, could boost the potential of cultural intervention. And the question is, how can we consider more than one aspect? And more specifically, how can we pay attention to the overlapping between domains and sectors? The second, European Quality Principle for EU-funded interventions. Thanks to ICOMOS, the EU has identified some quality principles that should inform the whole spectrum of activities, from planning to the project brief and tenders and design and implementation and monitoring and ex post evaluation along the whole life cycle of the intervention. How can this principle be put into practice? This is the second question we try to answer. The third, Liverpool Impact 8, Impact 18, may be the most important application of a research on the assessment of the impact in the EU, made by the Council of Liverpool with the help of the university. We had the chance to have with us Beatriz Garcia, who was engaged as the responsible of this research, and she shared with us some reflection after his long experience, 10 years experience. And she pointed out the importance of a longitudinal perspective. Some effects, some cultural effects take years to show. On the process and not only on the outcome, don't just look at impact, but be careful of the understanding the process. On positive and as well on negative effects, we have to admit that not all the impacts are positive impacts, even if we are dealing with cultural intervention, over tourism, gentrification, just to mention the more evident here in Rome, for instance. And then a collaborative approach. So how can these concerns be taken on board, setting an assessment model? And we try to answer to these very, very big issues. Just a glimpse on our model. Aron Weigl will go into deep. The word holistic is obsessing us from the starting, from the beginning of the project. I look at Henrik that warned us against this, I think, overarching and definitive concept, but try to look at it in the opposite way. We mean, holistic means also broaden your view, looking more than one single aspect, including synergy, trying to understand counter effects, considering the needs of different stakeholders, and let me say, even of people that have any stake, that hold any stake. Supporting the different phases of the life cycle of intervention. If you go through all this direction, then you can be more holistic, more or less holistic. And then this is the reason why we shaped in these three axes, our model along the three axes. So in simple terms, we can affirm that to enhance the quality of interventions, we should consider the most relevant issues related to different themes. We should think about it throughout the life cycle of the intervention, at the beginning, during, and after, through a formalized assessment. This is what we are affirming with our project. And we should involve key players in making our judgment. Why an assessment model? For whom an assessment model? First of all, well, policymakers, of course, drafting call and policies. If we make evidence of more than one criteria, we can shape how the way the funding are granted and how to make the tender bids, and then the project. Of course, if the criteria of a selection are addressed in more than one criteria, also the project will take care in more than one criteria, as all we know. For manager and practitioner, of course, SoPHIA model can be a great support in planning, in strategic planning, in monitoring activities, and also in the reporting. It's so important to be transparent and to have a social and sustainability report of what we are done especially if we are public, involved in the public sector, we have to be transparent in our action, and having a model to make evidence of the whole spectrum of benefits could be a great support. And then at the end, but not last but not the least, for institutional observer and independent researchers. This is a very important thing. We have a model that is suitable also for having an overview of cumulative impacts and the legacy. As I was saying before, efforts we need time. We need time to observe. And so the assessment cannot be constrained in the activity of a project. Project has a starting and then they have an end. But if you live in a city or if you're running an institution, it's important to have this long period of overview of what is going on in your city. And this overview could be taken by the local institution and also by the community. You can make some advocacy for the quality of intervention if the government, if the local institution are not keen to boost the cultural intervention, and you can claim for that. And maybe you can claim for that, telling, okay, look at the benefits, at these benefits, be more inclusive, pay more attention to education, pay more attention to the cultural intervention as a public space, and so on, as my colleague will explain more in detail. In conclusion, this is what we can affirm, that the quality, if we are dealing about the quality is a very general, very broad concept, but we can address it looking at the spectrum of values generated by an intervention, make them evident. The cultural intervention has a special power, as Mercedes said before, that is related to the transmission of heritage from the past to the future through the present. This is very important for us. We look at the heritage. Also, Professor Caudo said this pointed out this aspect yesterday. We can reinvent the future using the past, but acting in the present. And this is a lively, an open and dynamic way to look at heritage. And finally, and then I give the word to Aron, our model give evidence to the spectrum of values, analyzing the impacts under 6 different interpretative lenses, engaging people during time. And we do believe that by doing so, we can support the enhancement of the quality of intervention. That's all, and I give the word to Aron. Do you need my laptop? Try to do it this one. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so hello also from my side. I'm not sure if I'm seen. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Right. Okay. It's fine. So, thank you, Mauro, very much for the history also of our model and how it was developed. Thank you very much to have us here and to have the chance to also reflect a bit on what happened. I think the final conference is also the chance to reflect, not only present results, but also reflect what happened. And I would like to take the chance to say something about this model and how we developed it. Thank you. I have really the great pleasure to use now a visualization we developed in the last weeks of this model. If not, we started with a literature review, and out of the evidence and the knowledge and the experiences we made in these processes and so on, we created a first draft of a model. That was an Excel file, which was, I don't know, with how many rows and columns, and we took this tool to go to our cases, when we did the case studies, we talked to people, and it was really not easy to explain them what our model and our ideas with this Excel sheet. And we realized, okay, that cannot be like that. In the further process, we have to do something here. Then we went on, and based on case studies and et cetera, we developed a better draft and developed the model, and then finally we had a deliverable of more than 100 pages, which is fine, and you can read it and you can have a look for the details in there, but still, that is not so accessible. And how shall we communicate about what we've developed? So there I reflect also what you said already. If we want to provide narratives, how shall that happen in such a way? So I have the pleasure to first use the online version of our model, and I think that helps very much to get an easy access to it and to get a good overview in a short time for everybody who is interested in it. And if there is more interest, you can read more. You can go into the details and the big documents. But for now, I use this, and I don't have to present the picture again. Thank you, Mercedes. No, that's fine. I didn't know so much about it as you. And also Mauro told us already a bit about about for whom this model is. So you can click here. Perhaps just to add something to the policymakers level, all others, I think you mentioned everything, but for that level, I would like to add, for sure, our model could also be a tool here for the evaluations on the policy level to be done. For example, as the EU, on the EU level, you have the obligatory evaluations of projects and programs and so on, and action. So that could be also a tool here at this point and on all levels of administration, for sure. Then we have some also what Mauro told you already, but here we have some key concepts and definitions we think are important in the frame of the model. So because we still kept this term cultural heritage intervention, I know this is not a term which is, or let's say it's a term which is understood in different ways sometimes, so we put an explanation here and hope the definition helps. But for sure also sustainability and resilience are at the core of the model, and so we thought it's good to have an explanation also about these core terms. And the holism, the holism, that's it. That's it what we try to, and that's not easy, try to bring in this model. You have it here, the 3 axes. You can think about a 3-dimensional model. I like to think about it when I see this, a 3-dimensional model which has a cross-section, a vertical cross-section in front of you, so you can see into the axis people, time, and domains. Human factor, that was very sure from the very beginning, is one of the pillars and has to be one of the pillars of the model. So if we go in here, there are 2 important aspects. The first one, Mauro explained already. We have stakeholders and primary actors, all the people who are engaged in the intervention have to be considered in the process of the assessment and involved and engaged. The other aspect here is that what comes with different people and different stakeholders and so on, there come different perspectives. And this is what we tried in this model, that also these 3 axes are connected with each other. So also this represents this holism and the interconnectedness. So here, for sure, you have different perspectives that are important to consider and to assess at the end. Here's the link to the domain axis, because there we have these people's perspectives included as a kind of qualitative approaches and questions. The second axis here is the time factor. So we can hear some sounds. I don't know from where that is. Thank you. Ex ante for sure, ongoing, and ex post are the three time dimensions we have to consider if we evaluate or assess interventions. And also here, Mauro already told the thoughts and the ideas behind it. Just to say that ex ante has two, in my eyes, two main reasons to be done. The one is for sure to know about the current state before you start something, and you have still the possibility to adapt your ideas and the concept and so on. So this is one main reason for the intervention itself, you can say. The other one is more on a policy level, that you consider what we would need. You can make an ex ante impact assessment, what you would like to have to define your goals and your objectives. But also, and there's perhaps a third point, it's connected to the ex post part, because if you want to tell about impact and what changed, you need to know what was the state before. And that's often the problem in these processes, that in the process, people think, oh, okay, we have to evaluate. But then somehow it's too late for this. How can you then know about changes? That's why it's connected to the ex post part of time. And for sure, the ongoing process is mainly about also monitoring to adapt in the process, that you adapt at the possibility to know what you could do and not only change the next time, but perhaps already in the process. And ex post is not only after something has finished, but also perhaps after 5 years, after 10 years, after 20 years. And that also needs sensitization, because if you want to do such things, you need the resources, and that's very often not there. The Liverpool example is a good one because they had a chance to do that. Okay, let's go to the last one, at the most extensive axis, the domains. Also here we had in the process different steps with different numbers of domains and different categorizations, but at the end I think we came up with something fine, because it's not only saying, okay, we have here there's the social field, and here's the cultural field, and here's the economic, or here's the ecological, but somehow in each category, each domain, there is something else included, and it's connected, and I will go to this detail soon. So I don't want to present all 6 domains in detail. Just you can read it. It's described in a short paragraph. Even you can, if you want to have a more intuitive introduction, you can click at this here, and you come to a digital story about this domain. And you have the sub-themes presented also. They give a better picture of what this domain is about. So identity and place has 4 sub-themes, as you can see here. The other ones are quality of life, education, creativity and innovation, work and prosperity, protection, and social capital and governance. And this is the one I would like to go a bit more in detail. So what is it about? It's about all what comes from, and here you see it already in the second paragraph. I can take that off, by the way. From social, economic, and cultural structure. So it's written here. So you can see we understand this not only as a social category. It's more than that. And it's about networks and connection between human resources, people, and stakeholders, and so on. So on the one side, it stems also from Bourdieu's social capital, but it goes further than, and especially about Putnam and the idea of bridging. So we have also this sub-theme of social cohesion here, which is important. Inclusive access and participation and engagement. I think these three are clear, but then it's also about how do we work together, how do we cooperate, and then we come to this fourth one about partnerships and cooperation. So with externals, but also the question of internal cooperation, which is represented in good governance. So on a management level also, but also here it's about engagement and participation again. If we have a look at one sub-theme, and this is the last part for me to explain a bit more in detail, we have the quantitative indicators, which Silvia Costa also mentioned. Here at this point, we have 1 to 2 main quantitative indicators included. Number of visitors, but here important, it's in terms of age, etc. So different groups of societies. It's not only about counting, but it's about relations. It's about how different groups of society come together here, perhaps. And also, you see the time factor is included in this idea that you can and have probably to check this and evaluate and assess in different 5-10 year spans. But, and that's also the important part, and I'm very stressing that out, that for sure culture is not only numbers, and we all know that that is difficult to approach culture and cultural heritage in assessments and evaluations. But for us, it's very crucial to have here the people's perspectives, we called it, which are qualitative questions that give hints to what you could approach with the model when you include all these different stakeholders and so on. So this is the qualitative part, which is really important to consider. The last important thing in the sub-themes is that here we have the interconnectedness again to other domains. So it's about cross-cutting issues and counter effects. And this is probably, one of the most innovative things in this model, because we know that it's not only about positive and negative impact, but it's also about what if I have a very inclusive access and I can involve many people, they could have an effect on the protection domain. We all know that. Simple example, over tourism. So that is the thing, and the same with cross-cutting issues, that for sure for education, the part of educational offers and learnings and so on, you need an inclusive access to be successful here. So it sounds simple, but the experience we had also in evaluations we did also on a EU level is that, okay, you have the different questions, the evaluation questions to answer, but they're not really interconnected and related. So this is something we would like to strengthen here with this model also. Thank you very much. This is an overview, and I'm happy to give the word to my colleagues Sunčana and Sanja, who can also add something here, how the model is more accessible and used. So it's not stopping here in our project, but we for sure give more tools how to use it and so on. So thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Sunčana from IRMO, and I'm going to present our toolkit. Instead of the head of our institute, Sanja Tišma, it couldn't be with us today. We're both working in IRMO in Croatia. We developed the toolkit for practitioners and other stakeholders in partnership with our consortium. So, to start, the D31 Toolkit for Practitioners and Other Stakeholders presents results of the work done within the SoPHIA project concerning the development of the Heritage Impact Assessment Model for interventions on cultural heritage that is encompassing four interconnected domains that we talked about, and is based on the three-axis model that we also talked about. The toolkit provides a concise summary of the research outcomes of the SoPHIA project and presents and explains the SoPHIA Heritage Impact Assessment Model and its underlying logic. So, the SoPHIA model foresees three main phases through which Heritage Impact Assessment would be performed, enabling the reflection on findings concerning sustainability and resilience via cross-cutting issues and counter-effects. These phases are phase 1, defining the context for impact assessment analysis, phase 2, implementing the multi-domain assessment framework, and phase 3, analysis and outcomes. They also have 4 steps that we are going to explore further. And don't worry, everything will be in the toolkit. I know it's a lot of information. To repeat, an impact assessment can be carried out through ex ante, midterm, or ex post assessment interventions in cultural heritage. Ex ante is the determination of the indicators that have to be evaluated, which enable decision makers to decide whether or not to get involved into the project. Midterm evaluation is reporting on whether the cultural heritage intervention is proceeding according to the plan. And ex post evaluation evaluates whether an effect on local and regional development has already been achieved or not. Passing on to step 1 of the assessment of the first phase. That is defining the intervention and its context through the SoPHIA model. The beginning of each assessment is a detailed acquaintance with the structure for the implementation of the project and the intervention proposed. This step includes several activities, such as the analysis of the intervention and its context, internal analysis, analysis of existing databases, previous research, and determining the time dimension of the assessment. Step 2 is defining and analyzing key stakeholders. Stakeholders have to be defined, and the stakeholder analysis needs to be performed in the first phase. These are the steps in analyzing key stakeholders. This is not an undemanding process, so the explication of the implementation of the model is not simple either, but we are doing our best. So, the stakeholder analysis is an important stage in the implementation of the model, which helps to better understand local interest groups and their relevance and role related to the intervention. Through this analysis, their possible impact on cultural heritage management can be evaluated, conflicts can be avoided, resolved, or mitigated. Possible partners can also be identified and more involved in the future work. This analysis always reflects the current situation. Therefore, it has to be periodically repeated or adapted to fit the specific purposes of the intervention. And all of this will be also presented in the toolkit. Continuing with step 3, that is implementing the SoPHIA multi-domain assessment framework, which consists of 2 sub-steps designing the framework and adapting it to a particular intervention needs by selecting the themes and subthemes, and implementing the framework, that is selecting the indicators, quantitative and qualitative ones. Quantitative indicators are measurable indicators that are obtained by documentary analysis and desk research, obtained by from available sources. These data can be collected directly from companies involved in the project or from official data like existing statistical and other databases, strategic documents, projects, etc. They should be collected for 1 or more years before the intervention in order to draw correct conclusions about the positive or negative effects of the intervention in relation to the observed indicator. Passing on to qualitative indicators that are essential to assess the people's perspective that we were already mentioning through the collection of opinions and attitudes obtained by stakeholder surveys and similar tools such as interviews, focus groups, public hearings, public insights. Qualitative evaluations are based on opinions of involved participants and stakeholders about the intervention, its success, its limitations, etc. More about qualitative analysis and the way to conduct it will be available in the toolkit. And the last step is reporting on results and lessons learned. The implementation of the SoPHIA model assessment ends with the analysis of outcomes that includes conclusions and recommendations which serve decision makers in terms of further steps. Using a set of indicators through themes and sub-themes of the model, the socioeconomic, cultural, and environmental context is analyzed, in which the intervention has to be implemented or has been implemented. And the key part of this report is the interpretation of evidence on quantitative and qualitative indicators and effects, as well as on factors affecting the intervention's outcomes. The holistic impact assessment should provide both heritage and policy decision makers insights that enable both appropriate selection of interventions and their possible adaptation with a long-term positive impact on the community. The SoPHIA model is important from the aspect of more precise determination of quality and measurable and realistic result indicators, which enables and facilitates the system of monitoring the achievement of goals and analysis of effects. At the same time, it encourages linking of projects and interventions related to cultural heritage with recent public policies, programs, and priorities. The key benefits of the implementation of the model include the diversity of effects of assessment, separating the effects of cultural heritage intervention from other impacts, and the need to adapt to local and European relevance, as well as a timely implementation of the intervention and long-term effects. A lot of information distilled in 10 minutes, a lot to process, but we promise it will be easier to go through the toolkit by yourselves at peace and without being in a rush. Soon the toolkit will be available. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mauro, Aron, and Sunčana/Sanja. This was a quick run through the model, but we believe that, well, we hope, that we have illustrated easily enough the incredible work that is behind this and the effort that has been put in what has been addressed from the beginning. There's an enormous amount of work, information, data, etc. in the background.
Sorry, we have Annalisa.
I know.
Sorry.
Don't worry. I know. I just wanted to finish this part. It's an effort in synthesis that has been done, which I think that the three of you have illustrated really very well. And Annalisa, yes, I have not forgotten you. I guess it's the professor in you, Michela. Annalisa, you're online. You have the task of taking us through what the consortium believes are the innovative elements, innovative aspects of the model. So please show yourself on the screen. There you are. Thank you.
I'm already on the screen. And thank you for the introduction. And my task, I think, is in a way to conclude and to reveal.
Annalisa, sorry, we couldn't hear you. You have to raise your volume of your microphone, please.
Alza il volume del microfono, insomma.
Okay, I have my. Do you hear me now? Do you hear me better now? Better also, and so?
No, yes, we hear you. Great.
Oh, okay. So thank you, and I will try another task is to share my slides, and let me please confirm me that you are seeing my slides. Are they visible?
Yeah. Yes, they are. Okay. No, by Teams, yes. In my Teams, I see.
It's not on the big screen? I think we have...
some minutes of late. C'è qualche minuto di ritardo, ma sul Teams si vede.
Ok.
Però qua c'è.
Luci. I see something. Okay, something has appeared. Okay. So I will be very brief, not only because of the microphone and the delayed slideshow. No, because I think my colleagues have really presented the core and the essential lines of our effort, which is, however, as Mercedes has just reminded us, is a huge effort with a lot of information that has been collected and processed and taken into consideration. Now, I will try to summarize 3 points about the essential, let's just say, juice of our effort. One is to call the attention on what works and what does not as impacts of any intervention involving cultural heritage. So this is extreme care and interest for the core aspect of an intervention. We would try to identify what are the working solutions and what are not. And this with a shift, which is not only an original characteristic of SoPHIA, but that we have selected, we have positioned ourselves in this line of thought. We think we are prone to adapting a multi-causal perspective rather than the linear causation schemes that in the past have been so fascinating, but also they involved so much confusion and often led to results that were far from satisfactory. And we are trying to be sure on contribution. So what we are trying to ascertain through this approach is how elements that are being introduced through projects into the working of cultural heritage contributes to achieving some results or contributes to producing some effects. And I must also recall that this is the same approach that we have welcomed in UNESCO's with their to 2030 indicators that propose how to measure the contribution of culture to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. So in a way, we are carefully choosing a path where we can be quite sure that some elements contribute to change, to bringing about change, thanks to interventions in the cultural heritage field. Now, the second point is a bit more complex, is about comprehensiveness. That is a characteristic of the SoPHIA model. And I will try to be very brief and to suggest you three aspects of comprehensiveness that are very interesting for us. One is the fact that, as you have seen, the project builds bridges across the various disciplines that are involved. And I can assure you, and all our partners and our colleagues can agree with me, this is by no way not an easy task. And we had to work at the beginning of our project to create bridges, because we had to share vocabularies, we had to share conceptual tools and setting, and that part that has been made quite complicated by the fact that we were at the beginning of the pandemic, however, has been, I think, a great story of success. And I think it is reflected on the model itself. So an enormous effort to create bridges among different and across the various disciplines. Two, our idea of comprehensiveness and holistic approach include time and dynamic change. So we are fully aware that things change because of an intervention, but that without an intervention, things would not stay the same, but they would change, also in a different dimension. And as Mauro has already anticipated, time is a very complex variable because we have different outcomes, different outputs, different impacts in different waves of times, especially when cultural heritage and cultural activities are involved, however. And three, I will try to dwell a bit more longer on that. We try to correct the inherently undemocratic nature of impact evaluation, which has been traditionally something in the hands of, so to say, experts and technicians. We, of course, we appreciate because we, in large part, identify ourselves with, but must not forget the contribution of the interested communities in their varieties and the stakeholders and the various recipient social groups. Well, a few additional words about these three elements, and of course we are in a moment where everywhere we tend to mistrust the so-called silos-based approach. So to build repositories of knowledge and data and information that are closed in themselves, that are stored in very distinctive silos. Now we are not so much in the perspective of dismantling silos, because silos also represent a concentration of competence, of skills, and coherent conceptual and methodological schemes. They must not be dismantled, but they must create bridges among them and bridges sometimes in the flux. In the fluxes they create, they can provide us with additional information, new insights, sometimes to bring about even new phenomena that were not visible through the traditional silos-based approach. Then I will be very quick about time. We propose to develop an approach where sequences and processes are visible and taken into account rather than single fixed points in time. We have nothing against single fixed points in time, but they are not the entire story. Then about the inherently undemocratic nature of impact evaluation, I think our own history, the story of our own project, has shown how it is extremely important to involve beneficiaries and stakeholders in the process, and to be aware that beneficiaries and stakeholders as well are not a unique, monolithic point of view. They are often different and sometimes even conflicting. So there is a need to make peace with the idea that we are in a complex world and we need to create correspondingly complex and flexible tools to tackle them. Well, finally, my last suggestion is that we have worked on a unique model, and I'm quite proud to say that. I think generally we have built upon the past developments. We have been very open in the amount and kind of contributions that we have taken into consideration. And I remember the initial stage that has been very hard because it has included to create categories that were really typical of our consortium. So each partner brought their literature, their knowledge, their point of view, their conceptual instruments, and it has been nice, fun, but not easy at all to bring them together. So this has allowed us also to be prepared to embracing future developments with the same spirit, with the same open spirit. Second point, and I think my colleagues before me have shown it brilliantly, that the model is adaptable in its variable geometry, and at the same time we are very structured. We are systematic, we are structured, and we have tried to be very logic and proceed in that line in a very structured way, but with an extreme flexible and also, I would say, light way to work. Finally, I think the model is nice because it is apt to be played by different players. So we have this great opportunity to offer it to academics, to practitioners, to operators, and to beneficiaries. And thanks to the idea of the social platform, and I think also the beautiful rendering that Alberto and this group have provided, it is also really inherently socially oriented. So thanks a lot, and I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annalisa. Try again. No, yeah. Yes. No. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Annalisa. Thank you, because that closed with a brute. I think this short but interesting, I hope, presentation to all of you. We're short on time, but this does not mean that I will not give the floor to four very nice and interesting people that have accompanied in the consortium, but also outside of the consortium in this project. And I would like to start with Riin Alatalu. You're member of ICOMOS Estonia and Vice President for Europe. And as we have mentioned before, we will bring the microphone to you, Riin, because it will be easier. May I ask someone to help me with the microphone? Shall I do it? Thank you. So Riin Alatalu has been with us throughout a good part of this process. By ICOMOS. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for inviting me to this event.
Sorry, Riin, there's a bit of a... No, I think that we have to keep cool. This is, getting used to being hybrid, online, physical, here, there, echoes everywhere. We could rap a song here about this.
This one has to continue.
Just hold on, bear with us just 1 second.
This has to be muted.
Of course, we're all experts and no one is an expert.
But this has to be muted.
Thanks.
Anyway,
If you mute him.
No?
It's fine. Riin, we're very sorry. Apologies. Apparently it's working.
It's working. It's
Yes.
working now. Okay.
Great. There you are.
Good. Then I will go back to my comfortable place. Okay, but I stopped saying that it's intriguing to be here because I think that we sort of work in parallel with the processes and sometimes it gives you a suspicion that don't you like quality principles enough, that there is a model to set aside it, but at the same time it's always good that we don't work with just one tool to influence the decision makers, but we can parallel initiatives that run together to really influence. Because I think the most important goal is to try at least to advise how to solve the problems if we cannot solve them, but at least to advise and discuss what's the problem. And the real problem is that heritage impact assessment is usually not done or done poorly. And that is the case. And that is also one of the issues why we drafted the quality principles to address this problem. We have the environmental impact assessment that is used in all European countries because it's an European directive, but heritage impact assessment is just a part of it, and it is very, very superficially done in majority of cases. And I noticed from one of these studies of yours that you plan to, or you propose to work further with the analysis on the studies on legislation, as like Silvia Costa said in the beginning, that legislation is actually the basis that we can
really make the difference. And as I told you already, in Dublin, ICOMOS has made a short study on it, so we sort of know that the situation is bad, and we could. I think that the biggest potential in the cooperation of your project and ICOMOS is try to influence the politicians that heritage impact assessment should be really taken as a serious concern and addressed properly. It must be in the legislation with all the potential elements. That was one really, I think, direct suggestion that we have advanced with this study and we can go on working together. The other thing is that you also, what you have analyzed is the guidance on the heritage impact assessment on the World Heritage Sites. And I'm sorry it's still not ready, but it's going to be updated. The last deadline was the end of the year, so we still have Christmas to survive, and then hopefully we will have the updated guidance on World Heritage Sites. But ICOMOS, as we are such a big organization and very multi-layered, we also have been working and still working on like differentiated specific heritage assessment tools. And for example, our scientific committee on landscapes, they are working on the assessment tool for rural landscapes. And just a week ago in Cádiz, in Spain, was presented a document called Cádiz document, which is on how to address the restoration and conservation of concrete buildings. So it's brand new, and I think it's also one of the sort of sub-documents of our quality principles. So this is also something that that we can think of. But yeah, I think I'm following my notes. Yeah, I think, but most of all, it's now when we have different tools, it's the best way to influence the decision makers. And ICOMOS has started quite a long journey to do it, and we have created some channels, introducing the quality principles on different levels. And now we are working with our focal points in national committees. It's a Europe-centered working group that we have, not every, but almost every country in Europe. We have a focal point, and we see that what we have to do is to address the policies on Europe level, but also the policies on national level, like it was also in your study. So it's, I think it's a very, very long journey, but mutual cooperation is a way through.
We'll take that, the idea of this mutual cooperation and looking towards the future with this idea of hoping to instill in the mind of the policymaker that there is a need for change also as regards normative instruments / legislations. And on this, I would like to thank you, Rina. Thank you very much. And I would like to use this as a stepping stone to give the floor to Ines Camara, who is...
May I add, for the best mutual cooperation, put our quality principles to your website.
Okay, okay. Thanks for the tip. Roger that, huh? So, Ines, are you online? Ines is the founder of Mapa das Ideias in Lisbon, but also president of Culture Action Europe. So we would like to pick your brains right now, Ines, with your Culture Action Europe hat on. in the line of what we have just touched upon in the exchange with Riin. So would you mind taking it from there?
Yes.
You would?
Let me just see how the sound is working. Okay, can you hear me? So hello everybody, good morning. I'm very happy to be here because I had the pleasure to be invited right at the beginning of the project as a stakeholder. So I have been in this very comfortable position of just relaxing and enjoying the ride without any of the hard work that the project consortium had to undertake. As for this difficult and challenging question about how we can work to deploy the model, I would really want to talk a little bit about that, about when we first started to discuss this idea of a holistic model. I was very aware of all the dangers that such a term can take, and I'm very happy to see that at the end of the project, the project consortium has tackled that challenge, namely avoiding the temptation of oversimplifying in one hand and trying to reduce dimensions, a little bit like Annalisa was telling about the silo mentality, trying to oversimplify the implications of each of the indicators on one hand, and on the other, of creating a model of such complexity that it would be very difficult to apply. And I think that the toolkit is also a very interesting way of trying to solve that, and also of making the model interesting for those that can use it, and thinking about different levels of users. And in that dimension, Cultural Action Europe can step in, not only as to disseminate the model through the network, but also and mainly to help the model to keep its generative dimension. This idea that I feel that has gone throughout the whole project of having a learning organization perspective. The different partners and now the people that can use the model can keep on contributing to it, to discuss it, and to build it as a stronger approach to this idea of how we can assess the impact of cultural heritage. Being said that, cultural heritage is a very important part of our cultural system. Usually we're talking about public spaces, and we know now more than ever that public spaces are also democratic spaces. And these two dimensions are closely linked to the cultural rights, to the way that we as citizens have the right to enjoy our surroundings, our cities, our heritage. And I think that that's one of the most important contributions of the project, policy-wise, is the idea of, again, putting cultural heritage at the center of our lives as citizens, and also recognizing the impact, the deep impact that it has in our full civic and social lives. And I think that would be a very interesting thing, because we're always talking through the years, we're talking about different conquests on one side, and we're always building upon those conquests. So it's not only now about access, but it's talking about impact. And on the other hand, when we solve one problem, usually we create new problems. And I think that this model has been addressing that in a very interesting way. So I think that the role of Cultural Action Europe would be to continue this discussion through the network, through our now have this very interesting model of the lunch break meetings. We also have the work groups and the pop-up groups that can work upon this in a more policy-driven way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ines. I think that, again, this is what we're looking for. We as a consortium have not, we have done our job. This is a project, it's coming to an end, but we think that there is scope for further work on the basis of what we have started. So thank you so much for this approach on rights, democracy, the generative dimension. I have noted that down. So if you give us leeway, we will continue the conversation with you. And now, Henrik, you come from, you are the director of the European Museum Academy. You are one of the partners of the consortium, but however, please, could you share with us from your museum perspective, and you know the question I'm going to ask. Emma gives awards, and I have this in mind. Would there be scope for an award, not tomorrow, of course, but in due time, an award for the best implementation of this model in a museum?
Well, we have to realize that there are probably something between 55 and 60,000 museums in Europe. At the moment, it's growing with more than 500 every year. So the demand for museums is real, it's there. But we also have to remember that there are museums in all sizes, in many different types. They are organized in very different ways. Some are public, some are semi-public, some are private, and all kinds of hybrids are there. So museums are many things. Most museums are relatively small entities with fewer than 10 employees. That's probably something like between 75 and 80% of the museums in Europe is of that size. To be realistic, it is probably not to be expected in 10 years from now that any of these small museums will use this model as we had it presented today. You all saw the process going from Mauro through Aron, and then to the last presentation, we go deeper and deeper and deeper into the material. And I think that most of the smaller museums, they lost it on the way. And I understand them. What we can do is that we can say that, oh, you can pick some inspiration from this model. And there are many interesting questions you have to raise in planning and executing and finally evaluating a project or an intervention. That is what we can do. And I think that the realistic way to do it is, well, maybe an award, but I would rather see a collaboration with some of the major actors who have the access to many, many museums, much larger than the EMA. I'm thinking about Europa Nostra, for example, which is the absolute largest organization in Europe, and probably NEMO, the Network of European Museum Organizations. These two organizations, together with us or together with the consortium here, could probably do something for marketing the model towards the museum community to get inspiration from there. But I think that the owners of the museums, the communities and the political surroundings, as we have heard before from other speakers, they are the target group for marketing this model for. I think so. I'm not sure what would be best. It would be a top-down process going from the European community, the Commission and downwards to the national government, the region, the local authorities, or going bottom up. See if some museums could catch on. I think we could actually go both ways. But what we need is more cases, so we can see both in larger projects and in smaller projects, see how it can be done. And of course, it has to be independent assessors. It can't be the museum itself. It could have to be somebody outside the museum who do this assessment. I've been a museum director for 30 years. I know how to cheat. So this I cannot recommend such a strategy. I think we need somebody outside, somebody independent to do this work for us. Who exactly that is, I don't know, but we talked about it yesterday that maybe we need some kind of an education courses in this, how to use this method, and actually in parallel with marketing the model as such. Thank you.
No, thank you, Henrika. You're always a reality check. Huh? So we tend to be taken by the enthusiasm, and then one realizes that okay, let's deal with reality and the real possibilities at hand. But thank you. This is about just food for thought. And I know that we're short of time, but I do need to give the floor to Alessandra Gariboldi, who has come from Turin to join us. She is president of the Fondazione Fitzcarraldo and extremely versed and knowledgeable of evaluations. So please, your thoughts on what you've read about the project. You have not accompanied us as others have from far or near. It's the first time you come, but I know that you have done your homework.
Yeah, I do.
And just, share with us your thoughts and we will round up with you. Thank you, Alessandra.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I will be your reality check second edition. So let's say thank you, Henrik, for this, for paving the way for that. First of all, I'm really enthusiastic about the process and the results, because I think it's really the very first time ever that our claim for qualitative indicators, holistic understanding, multiple levels of values generated by heritage is actually written somewhere in tables and pictures, and not just as a principle that everybody is claiming for and no one is actually able to deliver in a way. So I think that this is the biggest achievement, but it's really the starting point. So I see that I see all the amount of job is being partly, let's say, researcher coming from the sector. I know, I see the amount of job you put and effort you put into that, and also the different disciplines, that really contributed to that perspective. So for this, really, thank you for the job you've been doing. And I think that this is something that is really valuable for both levels, let's say policymakers and implementers, let's say, of heritage initiatives, let's say, on both levels. The critical point I see is, as always, sustainability. The sustainability as such of impact evaluation as a process. This is an amazing process, but no matter how much you scale it actually and downsize it to the different flexible approaches that you acknowledged since the beginning, still it's an incredibly hard job. So when you try to implement actual impact evaluation, especially multidimensional one, the real one, the one that is worth doing, it's an incredible amount of job. It's time and resources, and those resources are not available for this kind of work. So when I think about, for example, museums, this is why I was, and since your presentation in Turin last month, I was thinking about that, of what is a heritage initiative. And then I went on the website when you showed it for the definition, just to see what it is. Because possibly this is the only place where actually there might be room for this kind of impact evaluation, not on single museums or other initiatives or so, because there is no room for that kind of. What we could save is the process. So since this is a reflective, learning and democratic process, actually, the one that must be implemented through the evaluation framework that SoPHIA proposed, this is what we couldn't lose. Because the other issue is who is doing that, as Henrik was mentioning, not just because you need to be an external point of view in terms of, let's say, assessing impacts of what you have been doing is not fair, so you need to have another perspective, but it's also a matter of competences. And you tested with your practitioners and you saw how much time does it take to bring them along with you into this journey of reflecting, of negotiating, and negotiation, participation, democracy, which are principles strongly embedded into this process, are really expensive. So cost benefit wise, I'm afraid this could be unsustainable. So possibly the way to find it out is, let's say, testing it a lot, as Henrik was saying again, on smaller situations, and really think about the enablers. So working on different directions. Policy making, so that in that way, in your effort of standardizing at some level, also qualitative indicators can really include those principles into designing policies and funding schemes. But on the other sector, we really need to work on practitioners, because they have to be enabled to use these tools. And I don't see that in real life there are resources enough, if not in huge heritage interventions that usually are long-term by definition, complex by definition, and multi-stakeholder by design. So in a way, they are actually probably the right place to test it, as Ventotene we were saying, or Santo Stefano, or huge interventions like that, where there is actual room for that. And that's all. But thank you so much.
No, thank you for sharing that. That's it's extremely useful. Huh? It's as we've said, we're at the end of a project, and we're enthusiastic about. Humbly enthusiastic about what we've done.
No, you should be proud.
But these inputs are extraordinary. And I know I have to finish. I cannot give the floor to the participants here nor online, but I do want to thank you all. We can continue the conversation during the coffee break, and just food for thought on what you have just said, the four of you, threading through all this. Let's remind ourselves that if we do not push for changes in normative instruments / legislations, we will never see what you are rightly pointing to. The resources in terms of being enabled or having more funding or whatever. So it is something that I think we have to keep in mind when we tackle these issues, that it's a 360-degree question that has to be tackled up front, and that therefore, the conversation with ICOMOS or with Cultural Action Europe, with Europa Nostra or with NEMO are important, because they are the ones who can, push it upwards towards agendas. And only if we have these agendas, we will hopefully have, the rest. So thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, all of you. Let's go have a late coffee. Yes. And see you soon. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mercedes, for your... Thank you, as usual, Mercedes, for your very brilliant discussion and moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for the introductions and for the explanation of the work that we have been doing relating the policy aspect of this project. So after this morning presentation where the SoPHIA HIAM has been presented, now it is we are presenting that work that relates to our hope that this SoPHIA model might be an instrument through which the change of policy in cultural heritage should be put in practical effect. And for that reason, the discussion of policy aspects are relevant, and for the policy change to happen, some argumentative groundwork has to be done in order to provide some analysis, information, and arguments for this required change. So I'm going to focus on these 4 policy briefs that Anna already mentioned, and the purpose of this SoPHIA policy brief is, in fact, to convince policymakers to change the direction of particular policy by changing their perception. So SoPHIA policy briefs are providing this argumentative support for this introduction of our model that we are proposing. And while doing that, we are focusing on specific policies and problems that are faced by policymakers and by implementers. And we are proposing some also possible solutions to these problems through providing a set of recommendations in each policy briefs. So the 4 topics put forward by the consortium relate to green management, relate to the social inclusion, relate to the evidence-based policy and the relevance of data, and the relevance of education if we are to achieve the change. And these 4 topics are embedded in this discourse in the discourse and practice of sustainable development, as they are in fact reflecting long-term tactics in planning, governing, and managing cultural heritage. So let me, I think 10 minutes, it's quite ambitious for 4 policy briefs, but let me try. So the first policy brief that tackles this transformational strategy for cultural heritage, resilience, sustainability, and green management. From our side of this interconnection between environmental urgency and climate change is quite clear. From one side, climate change has an impact on heritage. On the other side, culture is expected to have the transformative role in sustainable development. So in the consortium, it was agreed that cultural heritage intervention needs to consider strategy that incorporates sustainability, resilience, and green management. And SoPHIA is advocating for the need for policies that link both cultural heritage and environment. And although these 2 policies domains have developed through separate set of legislative strategical policy frameworks, it is maybe a moment where we would advocate for the change in this respect. So this policy brief analyzes these parallel trajectories in heritage and environmental policies development, trying to underline the intersection between those 2 trajectories in order so we can argue for a need of changing this situation. But even today, it is still, even though the issue of these policy briefs are extremely relevant, even in today's policy context, policies that address environmental issues do not necessarily consider heritage, and it's also true in reverse. These 2 appear to be opposed to each other due to the lack of appropriate, holistic, and detailed framework, and this is what we have tried to change by developing our SoPHIA model. So this policy brief have put forward a number of recommendations, but they are all kind of trying to argue for one thing, and this is that resilience, sustainability, and transformation of communities and environment should remain at the heart of every intervention regarding climate change and cultural heritage. I don't know whether should I go through them. Maybe I'll try. Anna, you tell me when I lose too much time, and I'll try to quicken things. Anyhow, the recommendation referred to the need for these 2 policy area to be linked and approached as a single ecosystem. But this change is not something that when accepted you do once and it's fine, it's in place. There is this need for this recursive adjustment, when there is a need for this continuous maintenance and preventive planning that has to be always suited for a particular need of a particular locality or particular community. So hence, the other recommendation relates to the issue of importance of acting locally and concerning the co-creation of strategies with various stakeholders from different sectors. And this is something that should be encouraged if we are hoping to achieve the change. In addition, education and research and necessary fundings are the 3 topics for which the policy recommendation have been put forward, because without these 3 elements, the change is not going to be possible. But the very end of the recommendation is, in fact, what is it needed, what is it hoping to achieve, and it is that we, through this change, empower and safeguard communities. And what was said yesterday in the keynote session, that preservation of local knowledge is very important. In this case, it is believed that it should be treated as a vital for combating climate change. And a lot of this local knowledge is somehow not necessarily forgotten because it is known on the local communities, but not known more widely where it is needed. Another policy brief that we have put forward for the policymaker refers to the cultural heritage and social inclusion and this importance of citizen participation. Currently, the cultural policy documents insist on this need for citizen-driven, open and inclusive process that fosters social inclusion and that fosters empowerment. But this need is not necessarily reflected in implementation programs and intervention, and decision makers thus must improve the conditions for participation of citizens through bottom-up approach that involves governing, interpreting, youth and planning cultural heritage. No? So this topic of citizen participation is the core of this brief, where this bottom-up participatory governance is being analyzed and recommendation put forward. It links to the SoPHIA three-axis approach, where we have this morning you heard time, people, and domains. They're important to achieve sustainability and resilience, and especially people axis, where this multi-stakeholder perspective is put forward, depicting the complex interaction and interdependency between the resources and stakeholders, is something that, as we have heard, is still not in many projects done properly, but maybe only instrumentalizing stakeholders in the process. And this is why we are arguing for this topic to be important to put in the focus on policy on policymakers, even in a wider aspect that only that our SoPHIA model is proposing to implement practically. So the recommendations in these policy briefs focus on four, let's say, wider topics. One relates to this importance of bottom-up approach, which is not necessarily always natural for policy measures, because for them top-down is of course much easier. But this is something that must be included, and if we are hoping for sustainability and social inclusion. Another one is also, again, the importance of education, since this topic is not something that is easily understandable to many people. For that reason, it is really necessary to use understandable vocabulary, one that is meaningful, that could inform communities and citizens about their rights to access cultural heritage. And when we are talking about accessing the cultural heritage, this policy brief, among its recommendations, also put something that was discussed this morning, I think Ines mentioned, and this is this importance that cultural heritage in recent times is, of course, facing commodification and economic exploitation of the heritage resources. And for that reason, there is a recommendation put forward that it is needed to develop a multi-stakeholder government framework which recognizes cultural heritage as a shared and public resource, and not only the economic resource that sometimes happens, that the communities are losing the right to access their immediate heritage due to the exploitation in touristic purposes. And again, research and data and the scarcity of examples is a challenge that should be overcome again through financing research on these aspects. Third policy brief we have put forward by SoPHIA project is to tackle the relevance of data in cultural heritage impact assessment. And this introduction of this new model requires, in fact, this evidence base that will sustain underlying data for new methodologies. So if we want to use our model, we need to populate it with data. But as we have discovered during our project, that there, in all the case studies where we try to apply our model, always all the partners reported that there was a scarcity of data, and in addition of the scarcity of data, there is also this scatteredness of data, and it is a quite relevant problem for us that we have to somehow tackle. But so in this policy brief, this evidence-based, this need for data and the data system is not only discussed in a sense of this instrumental rationality, but also it is being argued in line of increasing accountability and transparency in policy making. The recommendation in these policy briefs are kind of tackling this point of the heritage statistic that the author said it's not only technical or statistical, but in fact it is political, because the problem surfaced because of the different system on European level. European level system is based on the national level that differ among themselves, and their definition difference. So we are never certain about this final figures that are given to us. Do they mean the same thing or different thing? So most of the recommendation related to in these policy briefs are related to the Eurostat and maybe the opportunity that this platform, this system might allow us for some further changes in the that could ensure that these problems that are being that have been put forward in this policy brief might be changed. But in addition to all the recommendations related to the Eurostat, there is also, of course, the need to foster training, capacity building, and knowledge transfer among the heritage professionals, because these are the people that need this data. These are the people who need to work with them and they understand them and also to contribute to them. So some other methods are put forward as a possible recommendations in this regard. The last policy brief that we have within SoPHIA Consortium developed among the partners relates to the culture, heritage and education and the new skills for heritage professionals. So the heritage field is a fast developing field and quite a diverse one. And in the last decades, we see emerging new disciplines on the university that are trying to respond on this complexity of today's world, where we have to, the heritage professional has to deal with multiple different issues, including climate change, but also illicit trafficking, the problems of the preservation of the local monuments in depopulated areas, technological change that kind of brings a new context to them, as well as the need to reinterpret heritage from different points of view today. So this policy brief kind of stresses the fact that this education on cultural heritage is not any longer, in this context described just now, elitist economic film that is answering the question about past, but it is, let's say, an all-inclusive field which involves all aspects of life that previously were not considered to be part of the heritage studies. Thus, it argues for two approaches to education. One is about the professional, another one is about education for the public. And this topic is relevant, very relevant, especially because the changes in policy related to education and linking them to the need of holistic approach and Agenda 2030 is necessary if we are hoping that holistic approach that is advocated by SoPHIA project is to be successful. So a recommendation of this policy brief has tackled group of recommendations. I haven't put all the recommendations on the slide because it would be too much and there is no time. So first one is tackling this wider professional horizons that are needed, for which there is absolutely necessary or somehow to identify deficit gaps and the new needs. And then when planning new curricula, and that there is a need to adopt this holistic view, and especially the issues of upscaling and rescaling cultural professionals. Although there is a lot of specialization on the academic field, there is in the practice you have cultural professionals who has to deal with multiple situations, multiple fields simultaneously, especially in small institutions. Also, another set of recommendations relates to policies that should address this field horizontally, because it is a valuable social and economical resource, but especially here is relevant the issue that there is an opportunity here that cultural heritage education should be more linked to the SDG and Agenda 2030 if the change is to be achieved. And then, of course, long-term strategies and concrete commitments and long-term actions are needed in order to unlock the full potential of heritage through all forms of education. And there are a number of recommendations that have been put forward around this issue. So if we have a look around the 4 policy briefs, there are, of course, shared issues around them. They all mention research, they all mention education, they all mention participatory governments approach that as importance for all, whichever topic that has been chosen. So, and it is quite visible from reading them that there is some kind of discrepancy between what is policy rhetoric and what is practice, because everything is fine in declarative level, but there are issues on the level of implementation of such policy. This is probably something that relates partly to the fact of this subsidiarity principle in heritage policy. So there is this normative looseness, we can say, in them. But also there is this clash between the different paradigms, the dominant worldview. So we are very much have been working for a long time considering this dominant economic paradigm of growth. But now there is this urgency to impose sustainability as normative and wide accepted principle that is imprinted in all aspects of our lives, thus policies as well. So the directions for the policy changes are definitely needed if we are to achieve sustainability and democratic approach, and if we are to succeed in a practical HIAM implementation. So the policy briefs are putting forward this the issue of SoPHIA HIAM as something that should not be instrument of a single policy framework, but that should be considered as a policy instrument in different policies. For that reason, policy transfer, coordination, and convergence are fundamental for the successful implementation and positive effect of the proposed model, as well as for achieving this wider spread of multi-stakeholder governance. And this is the final thing that again was emphasized in all the policy brief, is this importance of citizen participation, not only on the level of instrumentalizing the social intrusion, but mostly as a normatively articulated category through which citizens can exercise their right to access cultural heritage as a common and shared resources. So citizen participation and reliance on knowledge, on local knowledge, as a path towards this more sustainable form of cultural and environmental behavior and care for natural and cultural heritage, seeks stronger structures and networking and education, along with the higher investment in regards to research. So I hope I haven't talked too quickly, but there was a lot to cover in a very short time. Apologies if I maybe was too long, but thank you, Anna. I'm done.
Thank you, Sandra. Yeah, talking in a popular vocabulary, that was quite efficient for the time that you were given. And thank you for providing us with a very sort of brief yet informative overview of the, I would say, critical and neuralgic points and deficits of impact assessment that is, as Annalisa brilliantly pointed out earlier, an inherently undemocratic, of inherently undemocratic nature. But now we will move on to Daniela, who will pick up from main points of policy briefs and give us also like an insight on how all of these recommendations and how everything that has been done with the project can be translated into an action plan of the EU future action regarding operational programs and public policies, or basically to translate this very, very sort of like big title of the document, how can SoPHIA become a part of the standing and existing policy framework on the European level? Daniela, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. Thank you very much for inviting me. And as I can see, you already see my screen, right?
Yeah. Everything's fine.
Great. Okay, so hello everybody once again. So what I'm going to present today is the deliverable 3.7 entitled Guidelines for the EU Future Action Regarding Operational Programs and Public Policies. Within the SoPHIA project, we had probably a more ambitious plan to impact wider policies and wider programs, but the application form, which is actually the SoPHIA Bible, as it is for all Horizon projects, actually wanted us to focus on operational programs. But you will see that our ambition was a little bit further than that. So the starting point for this document was the fact that so far within the EU, the focus of evaluation has been almost always on formal accountability of projects. I'm not saying that the quality of projects was not evaluated, but not sufficiently. So as there was a lack of comprehensive heritage impact assessment models, or there was a poor implementation of the existing ones, the real evaluation was not happening. So as to assess impacts related to interventions on cultural heritage, SoPHIA-HIAM was put forward as more advanced and coherent model. The aim of the document, according to the application form, was to provide guidelines to EU policymakers regarding heritage impact assessment, as well as to ensure and monitor the quality of heritage interventions to be funded under the operational programs. So we were hoping that recommendations would be possibly introduced in the future operational programs. Consequently, also recommendations for public policies at the member states' national levels. So this is not going to be easy, but we think that recommendations for the implementation at the member states' national levels should come from the EU level. As well as we all know that as to ensure heritage sustainability, we have to focus on the bottom-up projects, therefore on the ground. So we also hope that the recommendations may also serve cultural heritage managers in planning the expected impacts, as well as adjusting their interventions accordingly. So briefly, the document structure is as follows. So we first offer the rationale for the developing of the SoPHIA Heritage Impact Assessment Model, and we very briefly describe the model. Then we offer guidelines for an action plan on the EU future action regarding heritage impact assessment. Then we offer a relation of heritage impact assessment with sustainable development, because it's all about sustainability. So we do this relation with the Sustainable Development Goals framework, but also with the new European Bauhaus initiative. because it fits really, really well into it. Further on, recommendations on the implementation of the proposed future EU actions are put forward. This is actually very closely linked to policy briefs. So we opted for this. So we just shortly explain what the single topics within the policy briefs were focusing on, because as we know that the policymakers tend to read not huge documents. So although we have separate policy briefs, we thought it was really needed to have it in this EU document, EU recommendations document, because it's easier to understand, because this is really, really linked together. And finally, as a type of an annex, we offer analysis of the EU policies and programs. We know that so far not even quantitative data on the projects that were funded, heritage projects that were funded under different programs, they were really, really difficult to be assessed. So we thought this could be on an informative level very important, so as to offer the basis for possible interventions and for the implementation of the SoPHIA model. So within my presentation, I'm going to focus on this bolded chapter, actually. So we started from the premise that SoPHIA-HIAM is an important tool for EU programs and policies which address heritage interventions, and we were hoping that it should be mandatory for all the projects. This may be a little bit too ambitious, but if it is not mandatory, then it's not likely that the real impacts would be possible to be assessed and compared. So if accorded with the Eurostat, cultural statistics will provide a solid basis for the monitoring of the success of heritage interventions. And this is why we think it will be very good if the model is mandatory. It is envisioned as a multi-domain framework. We already talked about it, and it corresponds to the holistic and integrated policy planning and governance, which means that integrated data on the investment in heritage from different programs and policies would be available. For that, the already developed SoPHIA web platform may serve as a reference point, and we think that this platform which was developed is really an added value, and it should not cease after this project. So its further development is needed, and some funds should be ensured in that respect. So in terms of implementing the SoPHIA-HIAM in operational programs comes with a challenge. So we know that the 21-27 perspective only started, and not all the policies are completely set or programs operational. So OPs actually are still to be set. So this was the greatest challenge in providing some recommendations in how to implement SoPHIA-HIAM. But however, we already mentioned that SoPHIA-HIAM as a multi-sectoral and intersectoral policy instrument should be put forward, and there should be a wide acceptance of the model. And we envisioned the SoPHIA-HIAM as a standalone policy instrument for all types of heritage interventions, which entails public, private, and civil interventions, which all have a direct impact on registered heritage assets. As already mentioned several times today, participatory approach and consultation with the interested heritage stakeholders is always advocated. So it's also advocated here in the implementation of the model in the programs and policies framework. So in terms of how to do it, the recommendation is as follows. So we think that first of all, in order to be able to implement the model, the ex-post analysis of operational programs 14-20 should be done, because only in this way we will have a clear picture of the impacts of the heritage projects which were funded within the previous framework, and this should serve as the basis for the midterm review of the new operational programs, therefore 21-27, when actually SoPHIA-HIAM may be introduced. So we envision that the nearest date, the closest period when the SoPHIA-HIAM may be introduced is the midterm review of the OPs. What also can be done is the cost benefit, but also public benefit analysis of heritage interventions, according to the results of which, again, the model may be part of the OPs. Therefore, the questions would be, has the funding of heritage interventions been justified? This is why we propose cost-benefit analysis, but also has it brought benefits from the community well-being, therefore public benefit. Anna, in the introduction, correctly put it that evaluations usually focus on economic benefit, and I'm not saying it's not important, and this is why we propose cost-benefit, but also we should think about public benefit analysis, which should be done. As mentioned, then we see that in the midterm review of the OPs, SoPHIA-HIAM could be introduced, and the cultural heritage impact measurement could be done also on the project level, because the OPs actually fund concrete projects, and then we would be able to get really rich and important data on the impact assessment. So we envisioned both short-term and long-term impacts, and also we put the recommendation forward that the training on the SoPHIA-HIAM is recommended for practitioners responsible for heritage impact assessment. And again, specific funds should be designated to that activity. Once the model is introduced in operational programs, the results of the heritage impact assessment should be regularly monitored. If they are monitored, then they are publicly available for policymakers, so they are informed about it, and this is a valuable basis for any future interventions. We think that SoPHIA platform again may serve as a central place for the collection and dissemination of results, and again further funds should be ensured for that. Also support with ad hoc funding for the testing of the SoPHIA-HIAM in a series of member states should be done. This could, for example, be done through an open call, such as through Horizon Europe Cost Action or some other instruments, or tender for pilot programs, those funded by the DGEAC. Again, through the same programs, support for the setting up of a network of cultural heritage operators could also be done. And as we also already mentioned, national, regional, and local decision makers should also be encouraged to introduce the model. This is not likely that it will be done by themselves, and as I already mentioned, recommendation for it should come from the EU level. As well, specific heritage interventions are not likely to take the whole model in for the impact assessment, but as we also mentioned in the practical tool that was presented in the previous panel, they may follow the model, but by implementing only those topics which relate to these specific interventions. Additional recommendations relating to each of the detected themes within policy briefs also should be considered as a specific direction of policy action. And in order to offer a highly operational model, we think that the detected indicators also presented in the previous panel should be further described, because if they are described in very detail, then we offer actually a ready-made monitoring tool. And finally, the production of this document was really challenging, because the greatest challenge which remains here is really how to implement the model. So some recommendations in that respect may be that SoPHIA #2 project is envisioned, because it's obvious that further funding is needed for the implementation of the model, and the existing SoPHIA tools should be used in that respect. Already mentioned SoPHIA web platform may serve very well in that respect. The implementation of the model again takes the participatory approach and cooperation with relevant heritage and heritage impact assessment stakeholders, which already exist, such as ICOMOS, such as ICOM, etc., etc. So based on the presented guidelines, the new SoPHIA 2 project may propose activities mainly related exactly to the implementation of the model itself on the EU level, tackling OPs, but not only OPs. So the new project can potentially also have a wider impact, and other EU programs may be tackled, as well as the new European Bauhaus initiatives, as well as the sustainable development goals framework as it is. So thank you very much. Anna, this is from my side.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Daniela. Even this virtual sort of communication always resembles the early days of Eurovision, like thank you, Croatia, Rome taking over. We're just not going to give the points still. But yeah, it's a lot of material to cover. Thank you very much for giving an insight into the intricate web of EU programs and trying to juxtapose the model and fit it into these sort of operational programs and this intricate European sort of labyrinth of different alleyways that HIAM can be included in and implemented within. These policy changes and adjustments and adaptations that are touched upon both in policy briefs and in policy guidelines seek constant and consistent analytical grounding and backing. Hence, we have to have, like, backing all the documents that have been presented so far. They should have a clear projection on how to couple it with the research agenda that will address and respond to the needs of future implementation and future life of HIA model. So Paola De Martini is gonna.
Yes, sorry, because I launched my slides before you finished your discourse. So
Oh, but that's fine. That's fine. It's okay. So Paola De Martini, over to you in Eurovision language. Thank you.
I think I can open that. And I can, the mic, hello, yes, here I am, just in presentation mode. Okay, thank you very much also to my previous colleagues that talked about recommendation to the EU levels. I want now to focus on future research needs, which is only a part of the last deliverable that of course is already sent to the European Commission, but I want to tackle the future research needs not as recommendation, but as a floor to debate and discuss, trying to wrap up some discussion and concerns we have expressed before. Within that, there could be 3 research avenues. The first one is, as everybody said before, on the applicability of the SoPHIA model and its answer to the concern how we can make it happen. So it calls for pilot test. It calls for opportunity to deploy the model, and this is very relevant from researcher because we still have to make a kind of action research with professional deploying the model, as before Henrik explained. And this is very relevant, almost all because make it happen means also to understand the hindering or supporting factor, which are, for example, legislative factor, as Mercedes said before, but even more, there are behavioral factors related to the person, to the man, to the different perspectives of people that can make it happen. So I'm talking about policymaker, designer, managers, researchers. That's very important. That as a researcher, we try to make the SoPHIA design model, which is something belonging to the world of the idea, is a framework. We built it together with the community, with managers, with professionals, but we still need to understand how to deploy it in real life. So we need, as Daniela said before, we need, if it's possible, funds, but even sponsors, as Silvia, Costa said today, as Roma Tre, but of course we call also the other colleagues of the consortium to work together to try to experiment our SoPHIA model on a very relevant project for the Italy, the regeneration of a prison in an island, which has a very great relevance from the point of view of our identity and our history. Therefore, this is a very important point, and I want to say that working together, researcher and professional, is important because we need to maintain the inside and the outside perspective. As a researcher, we call it the emic and the epic perspective. And this is really important for good research. The second point is about research on new sub-themes, because we have an open grid. Our contribution is about the process, a new way to see and to process the impact assessments. But I think that one of the most important contributions is about the themes, the domain that we propose as an open grid. And we worked, I think, at least 1 year to mediate and to find out the relevant themes and the related impacts. This is a kind of contribution that builds on our different expertise. Once Erminia Shakitano said that for cultural heritage professionals, and also when you are talking about impact, it's very important to be a mediator, to try to cope with different sense-making, with different narratives. And during our year, we studied and we discussed, debated with professionals the meaning of the different 6 themes that we propose as a point of understanding for analyzing the expected impacts. But this, it's important also to say that we are in a fluid society, and the grid is an open grid that should be reconsidered in the time and should also include the new and emerging relevant themes as the new Bauhaus or the new funding plans proposed by the Next Generation EU proposed to our society. So it's important to align the themes with the new and emergent and maybe relevant upcoming themes. Then there is a last research avenue, which is related to an extension of the SoPHIA model. And we will see that talking about SDGs goals, for example, needs a further development of our model, which has as an overarching principle the sustainability, the sustainable development. But if we want to make it applicable in specific context related, for example, to the measurement of the impact of cultural intervention to sustainable development goals, we need to make a little update and extension of our model. So we have at least 3 different research avenues, and I will just want to present with you some of the possibilities. Of course, they're not exhaustive, but they are possible implementation of our model and research. The first one is about the applicability of the SoPHIA model. And of course, the first way is about to try to implement and adapt the SoPHIA model to the policy level, so to programs and funding cultural heritage intervention. As Daniela said before, it's important to try to influence policymakers to take into consideration the SoPHIA model, which has very relevant contributions. And as Mercedes said before, we are only small pieces of a puzzle. We need to have the support of very important organizations like ICOMOS and even others trying to influence the policymaker, introducing principles which consider also the multi-domain approach and also the process approach, of course integrated with also interesting perspective coming from ICOMOS, which we believe are complementary and sometimes overlapping, but complementary. One thing that we should also consider is that funding for cultural intervention belongs to the European Commission, to the public institution, but also there are foundations and not-for-profit organizations which are interested in supporting cultural interventions. And so we could also try to influence or to work with specific foundations. We know there are some relevant in Italy that are very effective in trying to make good cultural heritage intervention, and we will try to see if there is the possibility to test our model in a pilot project, because we think that we need to adapt and to see what are the hindering factor, the supporting factor for an effective implementation. Of course, another perspective is the perspective suggested by the ICOMOS principle, and we should focus on the different phases, stages of a cultural heritage intervention project. As you said before, nowadays there's not a good implementation deployment, so a pilot project to understand why and how we can advocate for a spreading of the principle of the SoPHIA model could be very interesting and effective. It could provide evidence for trying to make it happen. And of course, in this way, we should have another perspective, because we said that the SoPHIA model is not only an open grid, but it's a kind of adaptable, and as Annalisa Cicerchia said, it has different geometries. So in this way, we could, for example, focus on specific stages, starting from the tender to the implementation and the management of interventions. Also, research on applicability means try to test the model in different culture organizations. As Henrik said before, differentiated by size, location, area of specialization, institutional purposes, and governance and characteristics. This is very important to make it happen. And what we understood, and this is relevant for another concern coming from Garibaldi, it's about the fact that our model is very resource absorbing. We can have two different stages. The first stage is about a strategic approach, a awareness approach, and we had inputs from managers that said, oh, your model was interesting because oblige us as a manager to think about how to make our work more effective on society, how to share the value we produce with the society. So our model, it's a new perspective that shifts from the efficiency of the interventions or of the management of the cultural organization to the impact. That means a shared value. So it's not only the efficiency related to the funds invested or the management, but you present another perspective, which is a kind of shared value that you create. And so when we were talking with the managers, they said, oh, this is an interesting perspective. So we can think about that because we can do our job in a better way. We can provide evidence. We can advocate for engagement by our stakeholders, providing them the evidence that we create value for the community, of course. And this is very important to say that nowadays, for example, in Italy, culture organizations that belong to the not-for-profit organization sector are obliged to produce a sustainability reporting, which is not related to their dimensions. It's a mandatory task for our law for not-for-profit culture organization. This is cost absorbing, so this can be only a way to waste money, or if you introduce the principle, for example, of the SoPHIA model, and this way to monitor the impacts can be also a value for the managers and the value for the community that can be understood. Community and stakeholders of a little organization, they don't understand a financial reporting, only numbers. We need to have a monitor system, which is a dialogic system, which can be understood, and narratives and an easy model, a powerful model is very important to create benefits for the cultural organization, their stakeholders, and the community, of course. Then last but not least stream of research is related to impact investing activities. Very hard, very difficult, because it means to have not only an holistic perspective, which means to put together the different domains. It means that if you call for impact investing activity, you call for private funds, and private funds require inadequate remuneration. Is an opportunity. Today, private investors are really interested in SDGs, in sustainable developments goals, and so they are looking for investing in cultural heritage interventions and projects. But of course, this is very, how can I say, fragile path, because it's very difficult also to guarantee an adequate profitability. But it's a stream that can be studied from research. New sub-themes. New sub-themes are related to the fact that we need to include, to embed in our open grids relevant emerging themes related, for example, to the European research funds for the cultural sector, as Daniela said before. So we need to expand our themes and sub-themes, considering new priorities. Our open grid can be applied, and the different themes can be considered with different priorities, depend on the context. But new emerging and relevant themes are related to technological advances, new forms of cultural and artistic expression, gender equality, illicit trafficking, and so on. New themes, also today we had debated about that, belongs to the health relevance of cultural heritage interventions, and so on. There was another one, but I don't remember. Doesn't matter. When we talk about aligning the open grid of SoPHIA, we say that we have to consider also the funds and the goals related to the next generation European plan. We think that there is a need from the different governments and from the public administration to measure whether the plans, for example, related to investing in culture and cultural heritage are reached and eligible for the payment they request to European Commissions. So this is even a relevant point, and we think that the SoPHIA model could provide an interesting tool. It would be very important for us to find a sponsorship, to find the possibility to test our model in this stream of research and related to the opportunity to provide an effective solution for the next generation EU plans effectiveness. Of course, even Daniela talked before about a new field of research related to the new European Bauhaus initiatives. Yesterday, Alessandro Rancati told us that at the moment they don't, as a research joint center, they try to engage stakeholders, citizens interested in developing the new European Bauhaus initiatives. They don't have a monitor system at the moment. They said, we want to build a kind of self-awareness. We are interested in learning. So I think that from their point of view, talking about the European Bauhaus initiatives, the learning aspects and the knowledge transfer perspective is very relevant and could be also an opportunity also to deploy the SoPHIA model. I want to be short, otherwise it's late. Finally, a possible enhancement of the model could address a specific relevant sub-theme, which is related to culture, heritage, intervention, sustainability, which is related to innovative financing of the heritage interventions and other aspects. This is an important topic that I know even IRMO underlined in all the deliverable. And of course, this could be also an opportunity to expand the SoPHIA Open Grid, related also to the previous topic, which is the impact investing activities and the possibility to attract funds not only from the public, but also from private investors. Last issue regards the possibility to extend the SoPHIA YAM model. One avenue of research, but of course we can debate others, so we can consider. We think that the development of SoPHIA YAM model could be very interesting to support the evaluation of sustainable development goals impacts. And we think that we should just to reconcile our model, which is already oriented to sustainable developments, and to reconnect it with the sustainable development goals. We know that some institutions, public institutions, are interested in that. When we were in the NEMO conference, there was one of the attendees that asked, but how can you reconcile your model with the sustainable development goals? We are on the path, and it could be an extension of the model, very easily reachable. So I think that I provide you some hints that, of course, you can find in the deliverable, the 3.9, which is about future research needs and also recommendation to the policy makers for trying to make the SoPHIA project still living and still advancing. But of course, as a researcher and as a university, as units, we'll try to make it still alive through our platform, through our community, and of course through sponsorship and local funds that we want to use as soon as possible, not to make the project, how can I say, stop, but continue to alive. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Paola. Like, to pick up where you left from, I think the future life of a project now, like when we are all witnessing a whole avalanche of policy documents from various European projects that just finish their life once the project is finished, when you have on hand such a powerful, potentially very powerful instrument like a SoPHIA model, I think it's a basic responsibility not to make it sort of finish with the project duration, but to actually sustain it beyond that. And I think that all of our three presenters provided us with some alleyways on how to make it happen, different sort of options and different sort of pathways on how to not only implement and introduce a SoPHIA model, but how to sustain it on various levels of policies, that being supranational down to, as we heard, local policies. But now joining us here in Rome, we have our discussant Cornelia Dumke, who's just going to provide us with her reflections and her opinions on these policy, let's put it this way, the potentiality and the potency of the policy contributions from SoPHIA project to be workable, to really sort of make the necessary transformations within the, not only, as I said, heritage impact assessment, but within the framework of cultural heritage and wider framework of cultural policies in general.
I thought you would introduce me, because Germany is coming.
Germany.
Yeah, but mostly in Eurovision contest, we are on the last place, not successfully. So I will use 5 minutes, hopefully, only. And I will use these minutes for 3 observations and perhaps 3 recommendations. First, the cultural heritage sector are complex ecosystems connected, as we know all here in the room, with every other part of social and economic life. They involve public institution, private institution, voluntary organization, what we just heard. So the future of the sector, and I use the term cultural heritage ecosystem, the future depends on many other factors than investment and its impact assessment. So we have to be aware of this. There's a broader context. But from my perspective and my experience working with many organizations in the heritage sector in research and implementation of practical projects, the SoPHIA model is already well developed, and I very much hope that it gets more influence. Second observation, identifying impact indicators, and we heard it today several times, in this heritage ecosystem remains a challenge. Since COVID-19, we have a very interesting observation to make, namely, since COVID, the word impact, namely the impact of the COVID on the sector, has never before as much used. However, we know from all of this what came on the table on impact of the COVID on the ecosystem, heritage ecosystem, but also the broader creative industries sector. We have the problem of data still, and it was obviously a contradiction, this growing awareness on impact, and then the other side that, yes, the research and the concrete empirical data were not really there. Yeah? So all this means SoPHIA is of important. Third observation. I refer to standard evaluation, and I will demonstrate it with an example. The basic standard evaluation system comes from the other sectors. It comes with economistic background. It has not a cultural and artistic background, the standard evaluation. These are, for example, words like effectiveness, efficiency, relevance, coherence,
perhaps European added value. This comes often on our table. Standard evaluation, which has now entered the art and cultural sector in general. To make it concrete, we got a request from the federal government on a dance project, namely an evaluation of Dance On. Dance On is a very, very international project, financed from the German government, where dancers over 40, 50 years still dance. And they perform, and they travel. And this project is active since 6 years, and now the federal government was asking for an evaluation. And we were looking at the criteria they had, and we're telling them, no, we don't do it this way. We don't do it this way. Never, never. How can you use effectiveness, efficiency, relevance for an artistic project like Dance On? So we developed a new approach and proposed a new approach, and we don't use the word evaluation. The knowledge from SoPHIA is in, yeah, we have a reference in. For me, the general overarching question are twofold. One, you have to find somebody who is willing to change the evaluation approach. And in this case, we were very successful. It was risky because perhaps there was another organization who could do it. And secondly, I totally agree on what this morning was said, namely the need to translate, the need to bridge. Somebody did, Annalisa used the word bridge, for sense-making narratives for the sector. And this is a challenge in all of these processes. So 3 recommendations only, because we had so many recommendations. It's not easy to choose now after this. First is Michela has reported yesterday on the main outputs of SoPHIA: toolkits, report, digital platform, policy brief, research agenda. And we heard it today, so in different contexts. So I still, and I have mentioned it already in Dublin, the project is worse that it needs a communication strategy, that more people know about it. So entrances. Second recommendation. Yesterday it came very, very deep into my mind after this wonderful presentation of Armenia. We have been under a great cloud of knowledge for some time. And Armenia demonstrated this cloud from the perspective of environment and art and culture and heritage. So we are confronted with so many efforts to demonstrate what we know already, what we know since long time. Yeah? And this brings me to the second recommendation, which was also part here in some of the presentations, namely to have more focus on the question why implementation of this knowledge which exists is not well established. It's more, in my understanding, from theory, going from theory to practice. It's more to know more what works, what's not working, how to find the pathways for change that are needed. Last recommendation. I'm not speaking here for the European Expert Network on Culture. This I have forgotten to say. It's my professional experience, but in this position as a scientific coordinator of the network, in cooperation with Interarts, who is the owner of the tender, I have of course, the opportunity to look in how the Commission is working. And one observation is the following. The Commission has its own impact assessment approach. It follows already an integrated approach. They mention always environmental, social, and economic impacts. It is there. But currently, they do not use the term holistic. And they do not use a kind of model which is here, the case. And I would really support the idea to come into, as it was, your presentation was exactly that, yeah? The model should be integrated in the impact assessment system of the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cornelia, and thank you for underlying the issue of language, which I think is so important, that it's not about only adapting the language and adopting the language, but it's about emancipating it. Definitely when you are introducing new concepts such as holistic impact assessment. But I will just turn very, very quickly, because I said it was my moderating ambition to open the discussion to our persistent and devoted online participants and our in real life participants. So I will ask Linda and Joseph to quite briefly, if you can, provide your comments on what you heard this morning on the policy aspects of the SoPHIA projects as they were presented through the deliverables. But as I said, I will be very, very, very grateful for the shortness of the time that you can share your views with us. Thank you very much. Linda, do you want to go first, possibly?
Hi, thanks, Anna. It's lovely to be here. In the interest of brevity, then, I'm going to go straight in to the thoughts that I had. And I think I would like to just start by saying that I was in Dublin and I am now incredibly impressed by the careful way of thinking that has developed throughout this programme. But I think my reflections are thinking about action research and implementation. There's an action about workforce diversity that would help you, I think, embed this into the work of organisations. So you're talking about wanting to hear different perspectives at policy and decision-making level, and actually encouraging cultural organisations to have workforce diversity strategies so that those people in the organisations have that diversity of perspective, I think would help you embed this sort of social approach. Secondly, I simply put down here, how will it give them what they already think they need? So this is about talking to organisations, and you've mentioned it already directly in reflection of the UN SDGs. So if somebody has that as their goal, how can this tool deliver it, which you said you have as an ambition? But that could also be used in other organisations and other social and local needs assessments to say, how can we give you what you need? You're trying to meet this social need, this tool will help you understand whether you've done it or not. So you're basically making it out to be an easier way for them to achieve what they already want to achieve. I think there was a third thing about the mechanisms, like could the further research look at the mechanisms for linking together that bottom up and top down approach? So we've talked a lot about the fact that we need to go top down and the fact that co-creation is bottom up. So could the research focus on that mechanism, because that might help with implementation? I have to say, as an absolutely staunch European myself, despite the fact that my country is no longer part of the European Union governance structure, I do think it might be worth talking to some of the countries that are currently developing well-being economies and seeing whether this impact assessment could really work with those countries. And those countries are Scotland, Iceland, Wales, New Zealand, and in terms of the European domain, Finland. And those are the ones that have come together to talk about well-being economies. And the reason I think that's really important is because you have done so much work on the collective power of this socially orientated approach. And those are the countries that are at a very high political level working exactly at that collective power of a social orientated approach. I think you've already spoken about my next point, which is embedding the SoPHIA model into existing systems, making it a condition of grant. And I think you've already spoken to that, so I won't go into that anymore. And I thought I had another point. Oh, well, it was just a quick thing about landscape. So somebody mentioned the separate policy and legislative frameworks of climate change and cultural heritage. But even within heritage, there are kind of different strands that are sort of created by that policy framework and legislative framework. And archaeology and landscape and the green natural world are often thought in policy terms as very different. And it just occurred to me when I was thinking about that, and somebody mentioned the words public benefit, there are other European organisations that are looking at the concept of public benefit, but in different parts of the cultural heritage sector. So I'm thinking here of the European Archaeological Council, who have been doing a lot of work on public benefit in archaeology. And another way to perhaps embed this system further into the workings of others would be to look towards organisations like the European Archaeological Council to see how these things could align to make a bigger collective case for social impact assessment. I'll stop there. Thank you so much for letting me participate.
Thank you, Linda, very much. I'm not going to take any single minute from the session for my remarks, but we'll turn straight to Joseph. Joseph, are you with us from Paris? So
yes.
We are really brilliant.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. Let me begin just with the picture of the Palais Royal, which we saw earlier today, because that is also where the Ministry of Culture has its, the minister has her main office. Ministry of Culture at the Palais Royal, and although it's royal, it really was owned by the Orleanist family, the brother of the King of France, and represented a kind of opposition center. And so you have a kind of pre-revolutionary democratic social alternative to the sclerotic dominance of the absolutist monarchies. It's a very good place to have a Ministry of Culture. Since we met in Dublin, I've myself had the chance to get involved in the prospect of a city in a region in northern France trying to position itself on one of several different grounds of cultural programming. And they failed in 2013 to do this, but there was no assessment of the failure. And we're trying now, a couple of us, to go around and find out where the file, what happened to the file, who remembers, who handled it, what happened. But it does seem to me that there needs to be, in all of this talk about impact assessment, attention to dealing with failures, with abortive projects, with the second best, with the third best, because they leave a negative legacy that makes it that much harder to build stakeholder alliances, to get leadership and to get funding. In this regard, it means adopting the strategy of an engineer who learns when a bridge collapses or a building fails or there's an electrical outage, what went wrong? Because that's how the science improves. My second point, aside from endorsing so many of the recommendations that have come up, is to suggest, and again, this is why I'm looking in France, where the regions and the cities have a good deal of discretion, as in many other European countries, to just simply start piloting the impact assessment and the capacity building at the subnational level and not wait for European endorsement. Let's just do it where we can and work with foundations. Foundations could be a spearhead into capacity building and also leveraging this as a requirement. My final point, because we do keep to time, is in all of this, no one ever defines what is European, except in organizational or legalistic terms. How is this different in Europe? What European values are expressed not only through cultural heritage, but through this broader concept of impact assessment? I think that's a missing chunk. Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't come to Rome. I would have enjoyed seeing many of you again, but let's keep in touch.
Thank you, Joseph. We are very sorry that you didn't join us in Rome as well, but hopefully there are going to be some other opportunities for us to meet. Now, I managed to negotiate with the organizer one question from the audience, so it can be our virtual participants or in physical participants, in physical attendance. So, Dorota, please.
Yes, thank you very much for this. I was very impatient if there is still room for some reaction, but I'm really very touched by the whole discussion and the whole idea. In fact, I'm thinking that the whole concept is like the lifting of the ruined, slightly ruined face of cultural economics. Why? Because there were times where Barroso was enthusiastic about two figures, about percentages, how many, that 2.6% of GDP is created by culture and creative industries, that 3% is employment linked with cultural industries. And that was fantastic, because suddenly many people realized that cultural sectors, creative sectors are relevant also for the growth of Europe's economy. But I think that it was also a suicide in a way for many of us cultural economists, because as Cornelia underlined many times, we cultural economists, I hope that all of us, are not really stupid. We base our analysis on knowing that the value of creative and cultural goods is both economic, social and cultural value. So thanks this kind of research and this kind of exercise, I think that this understanding of how the impact can be shown is for us cultural economists like saving our reputation. So thank you very much for this. My big congrats to the whole consortium, especially that Roma Tre is linked with business. I'm an economist and I know that it is hard to convince Dean of business department to speak about culture, and also Dean of Cultural Studies to speak about economy. So my congratulations about this. And I must say that I like very much your methodology, this linking, for example, toolkit with another, and how to say, empowering toolkit by providing stakeholders community and building social platform. It really works. It works in many other domains, and I'm very positive about the future of implementation of this model which you proposed. Of course, that pilot phase is necessary, and of course that there are many other research in the air, also including Horizon 2020, to deal with nearly the same aspects and problems. For example, I would like you to recommend to be in the connection with Horizon 2020 Cicerone, which is dealing with understanding how the value is created in global production networks in the whole sector of culture and creative industries. I'm the head of the Polish team here, and I think that it is extremely important to understand that the whole process is divided into some phases. And the first phase is creation. And what is slightly missing for me in the whole concept you presented here is the phase of creation, because somehow I'm losing the position of artists, creators, performers in the whole concept. In the whole concept, which I really like and hope that having now people like Silvia Costa, which I met in Brussels some times ago, and it was really very promising meeting. But now I think that she really understands what she's doing, and she understands the importance of this particular projects. Thank you for this. Congratulations. I know that you are hungry for lunch. Good appetite. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorota. I was just about to thank everybody, and now it's always traditionally the most popular session of the day, which is lunch. But yeah, so thank you to all the panelists, to discussants. Thank you to Dorota. And we're going to now push forward to the next session on future prospects of HERE model on this note, very positive note of a value-driven and not only exclusively efficiency-related tool that we have now to start its own life and to be implemented widely around Europe. Thank you very, very much, and bon appetit in advance. Thank you.
We are going to start the last session of our final conference, and the last session is around the table and about prospective for holistic heritage impact assessment. I would like to thank all the participants of this round table. Of course, I'm sorry with our online participants for the delay, but the time to go from the university and the restaurant waste, of course, waste time. And so I am pleased to give the word to Lucia Marchegiani, that is the moderator of this round table from University of Roma Tre.
Thank you. Well, I will go very quickly, and I thank you. I give a big thank to Evinc Dogan and Dubravko Bacic, who are here in presence, but also to all of Armelin and Pierluigi Sacco who are connected. I'm very, very sorry, and we owe our deepest apologies, especially to those who were connected and not together with us in the pleasant lunch we just had. I know that Pierluigi Sacco had another meeting quite close to ours, so I'm actually not sure whether he could stay connected, and I'll try to send him a message, but I guess if he's not speaking up, he probably had to leave, and we'll see if we can still have his good side and his good insight on this in this final round table. So just to introduce this final round table, and I can ask Regia, no. Contenuto più utenti, thanks, yes. Yeah, the idea was actually to have a sort of final verdict, if it's possible, about SoPHIA. We had listened a lot to pros and cons, to strengths and weaknesses, to open questions, and definitely the exclamation point about the model. And with this, the panel of experts that we have gathered, it's very interesting to see if we are going towards a final verdict in whatsoever it is. It's not really, let's say, a court we are in, but it's, I don't know why, but it resembles it in a way in terms of legacy. We have talked about the relation of the SoPHIA model with the other models and methodologies that have been established already. And in a way, it looks like SoPHIA is not allegated, but is on a bit of a trial, let's say, but it's also the other way around. So it can also be seen as the SoPHIA model that puts somehow the other methodologies and the past methods under trial, which is not the case. This would be a great misunderstanding. What we would like to do is to see how the SoPHIA model combines and integrates with the past or the current the status quo, state of the art. So with all due respect to the standard of the proof beyond all reasonable doubt, we would like to come up with the, let's say, final judgment, and we convene this exceptional, if you want, grand jury to discuss the strength and if there's any allegation that we could put on the SoPHIA model. We have already listen to the word competencies, so probably what we are also looking for is some guidelines on how these competencies can be fostered, created, and elicited. And also we have discussed the reality check, so the impact when the SoPHIA model, as a model, it's conceptual, is actually applied on a sort of real case studies. So having said that, I leave the stage very happily to our guests, and we can start, I guess, with Olof Amelin. He's already on the screen, and I would like, yes, to ask you if you can unmute yourself or give us your viewpoint. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, clear and sound. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Well, you asked for a final verdict. I will not deliver a final verdict. I don't think I could be responsible for such a thing. But I'm very impressed by the work you've done with the SoPHIA method, and I followed it from ringside for a couple of years, of course. And there are a number of comments I would like to give. First of all, the question whether this would be a method that will be used widely across Europe. Well, it's much too early to answer that question, and I think it would be very sad if this final conference will not be followed by the next phase, where you actually follow the implementation of the SoPHIA method during a number of years. I hope that it will be possible to also find financial support for such a development, because I think it's a great method. There's lots of qualities. But at the same time, I'd like to stress that it's quite complicated to put such a method on top of a system where you try to develop culture and heritage. You should evaluate, test the benefits and drawbacks of a certain initiative. And that also there the SoPHIA method is the best method to do assessment or evaluation or whatever you would like to call it. It's actually much harder to answer. And we often find that the problem when we look at projects of this kind, that the time frame is much too short. Another thing that I reflected on, of course, that we try to assess or evaluate something that is extremely difficult to measure. It's not by chance that we very often, we tend to use visitor numbers or the things that are easy to quantify when we evaluate a project or a development of a cultural heritage site or whatever it could be. And the reason for that is, of course, that we're talking about something that is almost impossible to measure. A number of years ago, the Vice Chancellor of the Stockholm Business School published a book about the unmeasurable quality. And I think he managed to point out a number of things when it comes to culture and art and how difficult it is to actually evaluate things within that field. And that's also my experience. So I think having a method like the SoPHIA method is like a handle to hold on to, but it's a handle that has to be developed, it has to be refurbished, it has to be changed over time. And I think it's important to add that to the next phase when you actually want to move into a phase where this method should be used. I was a little bit worried when it was said before lunch that the method should be mandatory for a number of fields and well, if you send applications for certain projects. I think that would be very, very bad. I mean, if the SoPHIA project don't prove to be efficient enough so that people use it, I mean, it won't be better if you make it mandatory. On the contrary, that would actually be counterproductive, I think. So I think that could, I think I stopped there and listen to some of the other of the panelists. Thank you so far.
Is how to adapt to this change as well. So it will not be easy, of course, to learn how to use this toolkit. And yeah, besides being mandatory process and the dissemination, of course, they're very crucial to make it healthy and ongoing. I think we will see different scenarios. And for instance, how digitalization can help is a big thing. And we were talking about accessibility, inclusion, and this participatory governance and everything being democratic. But then it also opened the rooms for the conflicts. So it's also not very easy to manage, but I think SoPHIA was very successful because you included so many stakeholders, great diversity from different backgrounds. So I think it was also crucial in this process. Let me stop here and give the floor to the broker.
Yes, thank you. Is it? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I too would first of all like to congratulate all the consortium members and the people who worked on the huge amount of material actually that came out of the project that will obviously need some testing time in order to give any kind of verdict. But I would just perhaps like to give a okay, sorry. Maybe a small background about of my own let's say perspective or perception of the SoPHIA model. I basically had hands-on experience with doing a few heritage impact assessments for developments in close vicinity to UNESCO World Heritage Site, and I did the team. I was the responsible author, but the team, let's say, we obviously used the ICOMOS guidelines, and one was actually positively evaluated by ICOMOS International and UNESCO World Heritage Center. The other two are in process. So from this perspective, I find a huge amount of new information in this, and it will take some time. I don't know how much operational, or if you think about the heritage impact assessment, at least this for such cases, for new developments or for new building. It will take some time. The process has to be rational in time-wise, budget-wise, measurable, in comparable. It has to go through certain scrutiny, I suppose. So it will take some time to get it from the model that you have now towards something that could be, let's say, rational process or control, some kind of process that could be scrutinized and give good results. Obviously, all the tools and then the future toolkit and things like that will be useful. But I would also like to remember to at least mention, 4 years ago, I was in UNESCO on a meeting concerning heritage impact assessments and environmental impact assessment. It was kind of expert meeting, and I don't know if you know, maybe some of you know, the first heritage impact assessment was actually done in 2003. Then in 2013, so 10 years later, there were 9 of them, and then in 2014 there were 40 of them, and then every year after that was approximately 30 plus heritage impact assessments done per year, and it was always seen, or that was from this preservationist point of view, as a kind of fixing tool. So the problem, the development or very complicated situation arose, and then this was seen as a tool to evaluate the situation, to mitigate, to see what could be done best. I think SoPHIA model has more planning perspective into it. It's kind of I see different opportunities with this one, and it's obviously more overarching and more holistic in that way, even though the ICOMOS guidelines also require, in a way, to see cumulative effects of proposed change, and to try to see it from different sites. One of the UNESCO expert who did this survey and presented the numbers said that what they noticed at that point, so this is 4 years old information, I don't know if it's still the same, but that heritage impact assessments are booming in areas where you actually have poor management systems, lots of resource and expert problems and regulatory issues on the ground. So in countries where, let's say, local situation wasn't strong enough or expert enough or brave enough to or competent enough to deal with these issues. So the responsibility was actually moved through heritage impact assessments to ICOMOS and World Heritage Center. I'm now specifically referring to, let's say, World Heritage List and the sites. And 90% of them were in Europe. Or no, sorry, 50% of them were in Europe and North America, but 90 of these 50% were actually dealing with cultural heritage, so built heritage, and only 10% with natural. So if I compare this, the SoPHIA model with this one that I had experience with, so which I would say it also has certain planning opportunities, but it was primarily seen as a tool for fixing the problems. I think the SoPHIA model actually has potential for being, planning for the future model in a way, and then obviously also assessing the impact effects. That's me now.
Thank you. I'll put also all of back on the screen. Thank you. So it's from the discourse, we haven't prepared this, so we are going by hand because all the things that emerge as important and relevant. And during the conversation in the morning, there has been many inputs already on the finalization of the model. One was exactly about the context, whether the SoPHIA model was more appropriate for built heritage or for some specific intervention, whereas it cannot be applied to other, for example, broader contexts. What's your opinion on this? Whoever wants to speak. All of
Reversed
one of the problems, I had the difficult time with.
Let me just rephrase. Has it happened that reading about SoPHIA or getting in touch with us, we've been very pushing our models, so very naughty sometimes, sorry about that. Have you ever thought of any specific case where you think, you prompted out, okay, this is the perfect spot where this model could be of help? You can answer no, of course.
Well, at the moment, no, because I don't know, the ones that I've done or that worked on were all somehow in very specific situations. So I see it as a part of the entire SoPHIA model, or possibly it could be. So where you have ICOMOS guidelines on heritage impact assessments and specific developments, and so sort of steps that you have to go through. What I had problems with on the part of the guidelines, or at least the way we did it, was always public participation and how to manage this process. And on the other side, at SoPHIA side, I have that was mentioned also today a few times. The issue with the concept or the rational operationalization of the word holistic. I mean, obviously, you always try to assess impacts from whatever possible side you can, and part of it is also to evaluate, to decide what kind of experts you need in the team and from what kind of directions you need to address the issue. But first, you can never, you always leave some out inevitably because you have budget, team, deadlines, the process and the document has to be, the process has to be rational in a way. It's not, and it also, we have to remember that it is assessment. And this relates to the things that were mentioned here a few times about measurable, unmeasurable, quantifiable, unquantifiable elements. So it is assessment, and sometimes you get it wrong. You, in spite of trying to look at all the cumulative factors and everything, it's, I mean, there is a metaphor completely outside of our discourse. You know, if you remember Tolstoy, World and War and Peace. You know, not only that great men do great things, but you have a lot of small things, small people, everyday circumstances influencing something. So you never, I mean, you always look at the big things and you try to see them from all the perspectives, but then you have all sorts of small bits happening here and there because of the proposals, and some of them will never happen, although we took them into account, or we thought that they will influence something, so certain impacts that will have certain effects. Some of them just didn't happen the way we expected. So it's my comment.
I was actually thinking what Dubravko said about the single out effect of this global international organizations. I wouldn't call it reductionism, but of course we're aware of the problems and inequalities is creating unbalance. So I think to get the whole picture, we needed this holistic impact assessment, and also how things worked in the past was like, as you said, the assessment was made more like comparing to taking economic data into consideration. But actually, even for tourism, I would say it's not like, of course, it's economic activity, it's a big industry, but we are discovering it's a kind of social phenomena, and it's about the experience, it's about the mobility of the people. So actually, that's why I find it very valuable, putting those social capital governance, talking about quality of life, identity of place, because we are doing it for the people. It's touching the local people and local development. So actually, they will judge if it works or not. Actually, I have seen very, very successful cases lately. And even in Turkey, for instance, it happened not only with the state, but also private actors joined. The local people were the protagonists of this development. And actually, they really developed their sense of belonging. They really became aware of their heritage. So I think it's really crucial to get the whole picture here and just let them do it. Not just, I mean, getting their ideas. Just involve them in the process, but of course, why private actors are there and why state is there, because we have to plan it and then we have to fund it. So I think it's really this complex process. And what else I would like to add? Maybe later.
Yes, we can have another round. Okay. Olaf, yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
I would like to comment about your question regarding if the SoPHIA method was specially appropriate for built heritage, or if you could use it for other kinds of heritage. And I don't want to see the SoPHIA method as something that is so rigid that you do some cherry picking and use parts of it and leave out other parts. I think that's probably something that you have to do when you.
I'm sorry, we are experiencing some issues in hearing your voice. It's a bit metallic. Maybe it's the headphones. Sometimes it goes and. Thank you for checking.
Yes, let's try like this.
We skip these.
I think it's better. Yes, thanks.
I think it's better.
Thanks.
Okay, let's hope so. What I said was that I don't want to look upon the SoPHIA method as a rigid method. I think it's something that you have to handle with some flexibility. And you could use parts of it, of course, for certain projects, and then you need to leave out some parts that you simply can't fit in with your project, because when we're working with cultural heritage, it's not like everything looks the same. One size doesn't fit all. I mean, every project is unique. When I've been working with projects both to try to establish geological parks or working with World Heritage, the questions we ask are different, and you could probably use parts of the SoPHIA method for both, but not all of it. I also would like to stress one thing that I think is a bit, well, I would say that there's a potential to develop it further, and that has to do with the time frame. Now you have divided it in like three main parts. I mean, you have the pre and post time, and then you have the actual time when you work with the project. And I think it's very, very seldom that you have such clear cut borders between these different the different time frames. I mean, you need to have much more flexibility where the preface might in some parts go a lot longer than other parts where you get to the core of the questions at a very early stage, and these are overlapping. So there I think that the method as you've described it so far is too well, it's not flexible enough, and that need to be further developed. And I'm quite sure that when you start to use the SoPHIA project in a more practical way on the ground, so to speak, then you have to face these problems, and you will need to develop it further. Thank you.
Thank you indeed very much. I don't know if there's any attorney of the defense for SoPHIA in the room. Yes, please, Anna. We can give you the...
Is it on now? I have a way with microphones. One thing that we haven't touched upon, I think, in the last 2 days, and I haven't seen it much even in the discussions on SoPHIA, and Dubravko opened this issue, and then all of with timeframes and about the local communities, is that when somebody's developing a model that is to assess heritage, that is supposed to assess heritage impact in relation to the local communities, the practice shows us that from standing impact assessments that we have, the more valuable the heritage resource is, the more that instrument of impact assessment excludes itself from the community, right? So nominally, you always have like impact assessments done in a very participatory way when the value of the heritage site or heritage object is not as precious, right? So it is, when thinking about the implementation of future SoPHIA, and now I'm talking not from a position of a researcher, but from a position of a heritage community member, of somebody who has the blessing and a curse of living in a protected UNESCO heritage site, is that this tool or this instrument has to be vigilantly protected and from, how do they say, potential but very sort of realistic damage that it can cause if not utilized properly. Because more than often, impact assessments become a tool or alibi for developing projects that have very little to do with the community and a lot to do with those who are exploiting the resource or the community. So this idea of like placing an ex ante damage control, if you know what I mean, like a crisis control that such policy instruments and tools can yield with itself. I mean, like SoPHIA can have also, as he has, when they were originally so conceptualized, nobody knew that they would do sometimes more damage than good. So this has to be taken into account. The linearity of the heritage resources that it's going to be applied to, and the constant mandate to include the community, regardless of the value that they actually aim to assess.
Thanks, Anna. Henrik also raised, and then Rob, thank you. Flavia, thank you for being so kind.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to make a comment on the issue Olaf was mentioning about making the SoPHIA model mandatory. I fully agree with Olaf that that would be a big shame, but we have to be realistic. Who pays for this project, SoPHIA? The European Commission. I think that they know very well that the structural funds stand for something like 75 to 80% of all the money on European level invested in any kinds of arts and culture. And the structural funds are managed on national level. So I think that the Commission will make the SoPHIA model or a refined version of the SoPHIA model an offer to the member states. And what will then happen? Okay, we know that from the structural funds administration in the Scandinavian countries, I know that they have no experts in the government agencies who knows anything about heritage or arts for that matter. So I think that there will be a market for somebody who wants to offer this consultancy service one way or another, and the government agencies will make it most probably a very strong argument for making this mandatory for projects with budgets over this sum or that sum or something like that. So unfortunately, Olaf, it doesn't look good.
We'll see, Henrik, we'll see.
I'm wondering whether we should compute this economic spillover of consultancies in the SoPHIA model.
Well, it's really been a very interesting day today. I'd just like to thank all the people that have made contributions. I find it very interesting sitting, listening here, and I'm thinking, what can I add? And it's always difficult, but I just wondered whether there was an area about inclusion that we should remember when we're talking about culture, and the people that aren't included, you know, in wherever it is, whether it's a museum or whether it's a cultural project or whatever, and why are they excluded? Are they excluding themselves? Are we excluding them, or a bit of both, and why? And I think the EU has always been very kind of committed to the notion of widening participation and inclusion. And I think when we're talking about quality models, then we have to annex it with the word of equality. And I don't think there can be any quality without equality. The two come hand in hand, I think. And sort of thinking about the sort of people that we might need to focus on as we move forward with this project in the future would be, you know, the kind of groups that don't really get included in some of the work we do, whether it's people that are older people, or whether it's people with no skill, with few skills, youth, or people with problems in literacy or engagement, be able to haven't had much education, or whether it's migrants. You know, there's a whole issue about migrants. We've had so many moving around in Europe, and how much are they engaged in the culture and heritage, and how much do the models evaluate or take account of, you know, are we thinking about them as well and when we assess what we're doing? So I think that it could be something to think about for the future, in whether there's a project or whether there isn't. But how do we encourage people to think more widely through our model of equality to engage these people? And I think it brings us back to the issue of training, doesn't it? And trying to get people to think at the next stage, having spent the 2-year period developing a kind of model, how do we get people to think about what that means and how to apply it in different contexts? So that's my bit. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
I was just thinking, because each locality, each case is different story, as you said, and SoPHIA project is definitely, it's not one size fits all thing. It's not one unique formula to solve everything in a basket. But I mean, as the creators of this model, do you think it's open to interpretation, or should it be interpreted differently? What do you think?
That's a good big question, and we have been wondering and asking ourselves, first of all, who is this for? And we have displayed it in the morning. And if it's as it is for different groups of people, how is then adapted to the different usage, both in terms of content, as it has been said, but also in terms of how you approach to this. And I think it also relates to what Henrik was saying. Do we envision like groups of experts acting as consultants, specifically trained for this, for the activity of evaluating through the SoPHIA model, but in general for the assessment? Or are we envisioning cultural experts already working in whatsoever roles in cultural organizations that who undergo some sort of educational skill, reskilling or upskilling program to start using the SoPHIA model? These are really open questions, but I think that the leave out is certainly we do some sort of educations and programs and trainings, right? We were discussing to Bravko about this, so I give you the stage.
Thanks, if I can join. Well, in Zagreb, in Croatia, we are now starting a new postgraduate course in heritage conservation. We had, which will be hands-on. So we had previous one and one towards PhD. Now this one was specifically envisioned as a hands-on course because we had 2 earthquakes last year, and the large part of the Zagreb and central area of Croatia was severely damaged. So it was kind of response. And anyway, in addition to a seismic and all the other methodological issues and all the courses that you need to have in there, then there was the question was should we also teach something specifically about heritage impact assessments, and then it so happens that I will be responsible for teaching that, and then now you have the situation like, what do you teach? I mean, do you teach canon, doctrine, ICOMOS principles, maybe now SoPHIA model, with whom, for whom? I mean, given even whatever we think about the holistic concept or the holistic approach, even in, as I said, that was my perception, even in ICOMOS guidelines, you have to take into account as much as possible, look it through the time, cumulative. So I don't know, but I thank you for the bunch of literature that you now produced and will be used. I'm happy to say, but obviously education of experts, and then you have people coming from art history background, from civil architecture, from civil engineering, from all sorts of ethnology, neighboring economy, culture management, all sorts of professions. Not all of them will be in our postgraduate course, thank God. But I mean, this is something that obviously I'm sure that the impact assessments won't disappear. But I'm also sure that they won't become mandatory. SoPHIA or no SoPHIA. I mean, in certain cases there is this let's say authority through UNESCO and ICOMOS and World Heritage List that reinforces this situation, but for other situations, it simply cannot. I don't see it as becoming mandatory, but there should be lots of benefits and pressure from the public forum and from all sorts of organizations to devise criteria when you need to do one, being obligatory or not. And the situation that was mentioned earlier, I think colleague from ICOMOS mentioned it, the same thing was mentioned then in Paris 4 years ago when it was kind of evaluated what we've done, that you have environmental impact assessments that are virtually in all legislation across the Europe, and then you have heritage impact assessments that are nowhere to be found in any of the European countries as to have the legal provisions for to have the HIA impact assessments placed somewhere in the law or regulatory procedures, even for World Heritage sites, other than convention itself and the World Heritage Center recommendations. So So I think that obviously some kind of education strategy is also required, even formal one, in terms of universities and then workshops and postgraduate courses and things like that. So. Okay. There is Leonidas.
Yes. Leonidas. Yeah. Okay.
Hi. I enjoy very much the critical discussion that we are having in this session. I think it is much needed. Well, I have the feeling that we have created a model, although at the same time it's still not very clear, apparently, from the discussion that we're having, to who is going to use it. Still, there are questions that we haven't answered. And 2 years after this project and reaching the conclusion of it, I have to share with you that I feel that there is a duty that the European Commission put on our shoulders in order to create something that should be used and should be usable by others. 2 years after a very thorough research, the discussions and meetings that we had, and almost €1 million having been spent on this thing. I still find very interesting the way that this can be used by others, worked by others. And I'm thinking now, since we are approaching the end, or we have reached the end, I have the feeling that it would have been very good if we would offer, apart from the model itself, if we would offer examples of how this would be used. And I was thinking that maybe a way to offer these examples would be to use the case studies that we have already researched and having this model being applied in these case studies, and I know that this is a lot of work. We did it partially through the grid, which was a nightmare, and I'm sure that it was very difficult, this huge Excel file. Now we have a very beautifully communication of this grid, and everyone has said that the team and Alberto did a very fantastic job, but we still need to see how this model has been filled and can be filled, and we should give the example to the others. And I find it very interesting, the discussion on whether it should be mandatory or not. I think having given examples of how this can be used, and especially if this would be linked to the mapping, the digital mapping tool, and creating good examples ourselves, it would help very much others to take it and use it and see the value of it. Yeah.
Yes, thanks, Leonidas. Yes, can you, sorry, Flavia, thank you for your help. I guess it can be the next phase. We just have to raise some funds, yes, to do that. But that's...
This is just because maybe seen from outside, maybe this can help. As always, let's say outsiders, because in another European project that we have developed a model, so I know how does it feel when your son is there. So the baby is born, and you over time realized how much value it can raise actually or represent for so many different people and contexts. So in a way you are stuck on it because you see there's value, but you still have a blurry understanding of how could that value be actually exploited at different levels. I think that you have to realize that you only had 2 years, which is nothing, to develop something huge. So this, I really encourage you to see this as a starting point, because this is a great starting point, but it's just that. So it's a kind of a frame that makes enough for making the case for the policy level, and a different level for those who are already involved and, let's say, keen towards the idea of impact evaluation. But in a broader sense, I mean, impact evaluation, or let's say the impact paradigm as such, I mean, we are in it, and we are feeling pressures from all sides. So from funders to investors to environmentalists. So we are feeling that pressure on all sides. But on the other side, we have a very long way we are coming from, an idea of heritage, which is the Faro idea of heritage, which is, of course, part of, let's say, the sensibility probably of most of those who are following this process with you, no? Feeling that fascination because we recognize that we are on the same side. So we see heritage as the huge potential of what makes humans, actually. And so what makes sense, it's our possibility of being better than we are. So given that faith somehow, what you did was to build an incredibly, I think, sophisticated frame that helps building that bridge, just going towards that idea of standardization, which is so hard when we are talking about impacts and when we are talking about cultural heritage. So probably you should start from there. I don't see an expert in evaluation, in impact evaluation, coming from the cultural sectors or whatever. There are already experts in impact evaluation, and they can be used actually. They should be trained to see all the other values, because you need also, in vertical competence term, you need to be quite strong methodologically in order to develop this kind of research. We don't expect that, not singular operators, but let's say local ecosystems around the management of built environment with around cultural heritage are able to do this by themselves. But they should be, I think, trained by those experts. So you need intermediators able to really help them, because it's not about a technical application. If we see the value of this, is because we recognize that in impact thinking, there's our idea of social responsibility. as heritage sector. So whatever process for local cultural managers should be a transformative process, an intentionally transformative process in orienting their approach towards what they do. So you don't need, let's say, experts in evaluation. You need experts in facilitating those processes so that they are able then to carry on them by themselves. And then we will probably have, sorry, a few quantitative data also on domains which are not the economic ones or the strictly environmental ones, because that's a potential of SoPHIA already existing in your methodology. Quantitative, so standardized, so that could be adopted also at the policy level, where you need standard in order to evaluate. You need to compare. At that level, that is possible, I think. And it's a great opportunity. Because in a way, it's not how diverse is your audience, but you will have probably a rate which is the rate of distance between your audience, actual people living that heritage, and local community. So you will see in that ratio, you will have the standard in 20 years of, are you actually able to involve the whole community, or are you always speaking to the same old guys? I mean, that's possible. I don't see that so difficult to be adopted, but it needs to be worked a lot. You're just at the beginning, just to say, don't be frustrated. You did an incredible job for 2 years, just 2 years, guys. I mean, we have been talking about this for 20 years now, so thank you. Okay.
May I just I feel just slightly, maybe to clarify I wasn't really talking about training evaluators. Actually, when you get into details, we are so small a community. I mean, this is basically sharing most basic information about the complexity of the evaluation process, not really educating evaluators, because I don't know, somehow we are in this capacity. I would say we are all self-educated in a way. You know, it's you have your basic expertise and experience, and I don't know, you do this a little bit, but no one can train you for this. You just jump in and then you do it, or successfully or not. Or
Thank you. I guess we have some time for a question or a comment by Evangelos, and then Olaf again. Thanks.
Hi.
Hi.
Just a very brief comment. You are thinking about obviously the next phase, and obviously this is very important. You know, what's going to happen to the work that you've done so far. So there are just a few pieces of advice that I could potentially give that are totally obvious. One of them is make sure that your model is obvious and short, that you explain in very few words, because people don't read, right? So in very few words why this is different. Then you have already started creating a corporate identity around the project. Obviously one would want to see this continuing even beyond funding. The European Union is not very famous of funding follow-up projects. So it will have to be, you know, your current network and how it fares without funding. So I think this is actually going to be quite important. Building alliances with like-minded organizations and individuals, so that, you know, this is not just about a limited group of people, but about a greater number of people, and certainly never making it obligatory, because making something obligatory basically means you're shortchanging 90% of what cannot fit into the model. So I mean, I really feel for quite a lot of what is represented by this particular model and this particular work. And I would really like to see this refined. I would really like to see this tested, checked, you know, and see how it tests with time. But there is always a danger, and you know, there is a fine balance between a holistic and a doable, and within the limits of a budget. And so we always want holistic because it's the more sophisticated thing to do. But we always want something to be done that is realistic. And so this is where we will have to prioritize, and we will have to choose between our children, because there will be criteria that are doable and criteria that are not so easily doable in some occasions. So I think obviously time is going to be a great test for all this, but first and foremost, I think create a clear message so that it is easy for people that are not going to read to understand. Create alliances and broaden your network so that more people adapt at least parts of your work, and find alliances with people who already profess what you're already talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Olaf has something to say, very brief, and we have another comment by Maria Teresa. I know, yes, thanks. And then we have to, time is really running out.
Okay, sorry, I'll keep it short. Well, I do think that the project has a future, and I do hope that you could find financial support for a future. But there are a couple of questions that I think you need to clarify. Is this tool for internal assessments or for external assessment? What's the priority here? Or could you use it for both? I mean, there I don't really, I see it a bit ambiguous actually, and I can't really say if it's either or. And as was said before lunch, external assessment has to be done by people outside of the organization working with cultural heritage. I mean, that's important. You never assess your own work. But at the same time, you do internal assessments along a process when you work with developing cultural heritage, for instance. And of course, the SoPHIA tool could actually work quite well in that context too. But it's two different things, and those two different things has to be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the word. Actually, everything has been already said. The only other keyword that I would like really to, and I also underline the fact that this exercise has certainly had an outcome to create a culture around the evaluation. So all the people that have been participating, I think now in some ways have been exposed to the question. So I think this is already a big result. Another thing I think would be another keywords that I would add to the others that have been already given is recognition. Means who recognize this, this exercise or this work is recognized first of all from the people that I've been working with, but which is the target of this group? The target is the group, or it is, for example, decision makers, as it was said in the, then what to do to arrive to these decision makers? Which are these decision makers? Because, for example, just to mention, there are different groups and how to work with them. So besides testing, that could be already some part of the work that is done within the group. This certainly needs to develop a discussion on who is the target of what is this work. But again, there is already an immense result that is the most important one, to create a culture around evaluation of the impact, and this is already important. Certainly another thing that probably I have, if our Vice President allows me, I think it's important also the networking with other organizations that are working on at the same level. I think that Certainly, you know that there are a number of organizations that have been discussing, reflecting on these topics. So it would be important also to work with them. So that was my contribution. Thank you.
It's a great way to conclude this roundtable with this call for collaboration, which is actually how we started the project. So it's holistic. The SoPHIA model is holistic, but it's also modular. We must decide whether we want to provide our Lego bricks, building blocks with the instructions or without, with some suggestions, or leave everyone to build up upon their own fantasy and whatsoever. Thank you so much for your inputs and also your patience. And I leave the stage to Michela. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to ask to my colleague of the consortium to reach me here near close to me for a choral greeting to the audience. So I ask you if you can leave, sorry, or sorry, sorry very much. So I ask to Mercedes, to Nicholas, Aron, Anna, of course, Parek, of course, Henrik, to come here. Aron, I said Aron, okay. I think that I've not. Thank you. For a choral conclusive greeting to our audience. Thank you, dear colleagues. Please. Thank you so much. No, but stop slide. It is not used. Thank you so much to all who have contributed to the final conference of SoPHIA. Of course, our keynote speakers, our panelists, the discussant, moderators, and all those who intervened and attended our works. From me, just a few brief ideas, not to conclude our work, but to open the future to the SoPHIA project. In fact, today we celebrated the Horizon 2020 SoPHIA project formal conclusion, but we hope that from now a new process will start, that is the implementation of SoPHIA project, have we discussed during this day. We had a very concrete mandate from the European Commission to build an holistic and multidimensional model useful to evaluate the impact assessment produced by cultural heritage intervention in all fields. SoPHIA Consortium produces this model, and also recommendation to be addressed to policymakers and future action plans for the European level, as you have had during this day. But now we have a new task in front of us, to create the conditions to put the model into action, apply it and make it work effectively. And this is a collective and choral request that come and arose from all of us, many of us. In fact, as Daniela Genlich today said, if the final goal is to introduce, as we hope, the SoPHIA YAM models as a recommended tool for heritage impact assessment in heritage project financed by public funds, we must to build and to convey consensus among policymakers about the effectiveness of our model and its applicability, as Paola said before, but also Mauro. Therefore, we have to gain legitimacy and commitment from European level in order to reach this aim, because it is at the European level that they have to promote the model by a top-down approach. But we have also, in parallel way, to start and to boost a bottom-up process in order to engage organization, association, and cultural institutions willing to promote and use SoPHIA models themselves in their organization. And it is not a simple task, as Alessandra previously said. How to reach these two important aims? The consortium, our consortium alone can't do it. We need cooperation, we need collaboration and sponsorship by other actors that play in the field of cultural heritage and shared with us the same vision, the same belief about how to operate in this important field of our society. We need a community of practice, exactly in the meaning that Mercedes Giovinazzo and I talked about in this day. And in conclusion of this conference, I am glad to say that the first results we gained from the today conference is the feeling that the consortium is not alone, and that in these 2 years of high interaction, great interaction with you, with all of you, we have created just a community of practice in the meaning that I said before. We appreciated very much your favorable comments on our model that encourage us to go ahead, but also the critical points, of course, that we will use to improve our work in this final stage, because we have also 1 month and 50 days to implement all the deliverables. The second result is that we gain some concrete opportunities of collaboration for developing the implementation of the model. We need to promote pilot projects in which we try to experiment the model. And of course, the proposal of Silvia Costa launched today in order to start a collaboration with Santo Stefano Prize on Restoration project goes exactly in this direction and makes us happy and proud. But we appreciate very much also the proposal of collaborations and Riin Alatalu, sorry for my pronounce, made to reflect together with ICOMOS on the assessment process and quality standards that has been a baseline for our work, as well as the proposal of Alessandra Garibaldi to collaborate with Fitzcarraldo Foundation. And I would thank now Alessandra for giving us a lot of useful suggestions. After this conference, we can say that we have some concrete project to start the second phase of SoPHIA project. And then I'm sure that more will come again with us. I want to conclude by come back to Cornelia Damk, who reminded us about the need to well communicate our model and to use effective dissemination strategies in order to let it better known about our audience, our public. We as a consortium, of course, have already discussed about the dissemination strategies, but I wanted to ask to my dear and estimated colleagues of the consortium SoPHIA, which ideas they have in order to implement Cornelia's suggestion. Of course, of course, we have 1 minute, but it is an occasion to give you the words and to have this together this greeting for our audience. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if Mercedes or Nikos would like to say, or Eric to say something about this.
Okay. Oh, there's a light too. Okay. First of all, I want to thank Michela and our colleagues here for a wonderful and successful project. It has been a great pleasure for EMA to participate in this. I would like also to add that as a museum professional, I know that my colleagues around Europe and around the world, we really believe in what we are doing. We don't believe in assessment and evaluations and control. We hate it. But we live in a world where it is necessary. And it is necessary and becomes ever more necessary actually to prove or make it likely that what we do has some value to others than ourselves and maybe our visitors. I say maybe our visitors because we never know. But so this has been an eye-opener, and we have communicated to our peers in the Museum Europe, and I know that many of our colleagues are very interested in the outcome of this project. So I'm confident that the waves from this project will roll out into the Museum Europe, and many of our colleagues are curious about the next steps. So once again, thank you for a wonderful project and wonderful collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. So Nikos.
Okay, looking back at 2 years of involvement in this project, I can only say that it's been an incredible adventure that has enriched, I'm pretty sure I speak for everyone involved in this. It has enriched us in many levels. And I remember at the conception of the proposal that we began revolving around certain keywords, which actually became the heart of the proposal that we ended up implementing in the last 2 years. And of course, I do not need to remind you, but some of these keywords were community of practice, platform, holistic, sustainability, the 3 axes of time, all these things we have already discussed in these 2 last days again and again. I'm sure they are in your minds by now quite well. And through these last 2 days, we came up with lots of inspiring ideas, which in my mind form a new cloud of keywords about what comes next. I've heard the words of dissemination, cooperation, again, community of practice, communication of what we have done, bottom up, top down, and a few other words that maybe I'm missing right now. I guess what I'm saying is that I'm not sure if this would be realistic, but since Michela already opened up a horizon in terms of what comes next, what could be the future of this project, how it could become embraced by those that should be the recipients of this project. I guess, and also hearing that this is something that we cannot do alone, it seems to me that we are basically trying to come up with a strategy and a roadmap in terms of how to get there, to get to the point at which SoPHIA passes to its level of maturity and implementation. And just a thought that I had right now was that perhaps during this 1.5 months that we have, we could put part of our efforts in coming up with that sort of basic roadmap and strategy that incorporates all these aspects that you have proposed, and I totally agree with pretty much all of those. As I said, it's a cloud of keywords that I have that need to be put in some sort of a legible and realistic, to the extent possible, roadmap and strategy for what is to come next. That's my contribution. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, Michela. And again, thank you, everybody, for providing me with such a lovely time and like new knowledges and everything. IRMO-wise, we're an institute that is really and truly dedicated to responsible sort of contribution to the upgrading, changing and developing policy frameworks, both locally, in Croatian context, nationally, and to an extent on an international level. And it was quite clear from the start that SoPHIA and its main aim to create a model and implement it should not just be reduced to being a project deliverable. Not because it's unattainable to reach the final goal, its implementation, but because its implementation is pertinent, urgent, and vital, not only for like, you know, meeting the keywords of sustainability, etc., but, you know, there's a true detriment to heritage communities and heritage resources out there with the mass tourism pressures, with the excessive exploitation, etc. So from our end, we will do what we can do at this time, or with the project deliverables and results, in the sense that A, we shall translate the toolkit into Croatian language and disseminate it to all the heritage outlets that we have within our reach through our stakeholders and through different institutions and organizations that deal with cultural heritage, and that will be basically have a stake or some role in promoting or even accepting SoPHIA as a new experimental platform for impact assessment. Further on, as we always do, as we always aim to do, is to take frustrating forms of project work from 1-2 years to another 2 years. We strive to take the project results from one project and translate it into different projects that we do, so that we have some perseverance and some consistencies in our overall research work that we do as an institution. So this is what we will do in a sense of bottom-up action. So translating it, ensuring access, like extending it through our different projects, and obviously disseminating it through all our outlets in sense of newsletters, and advocating it on both levels of regional, local, and national policy within the Croatian context. Thank you.
Dear Michela, you are mischievous. Huh? You're naughty because you brought us up all here without previous, knowledge of, hey guys, I'm going to bring you up and ask you a question last minute like this. So she's been our boss for 2 years, so yeah. And she smiled, and she laughed, yeah. She's fine. Yeah, okay. Coming back to your question, before trying to answer your question, it's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure being with all of you. And I know I speak in the name of Interarts and everybody involved in the project at Interarts. You mentioned the issue of dissemination. Yes, but I would like to go back to what we were talking about today. In our session, we presented the model, and I think we've clearly illustrated, or at least I hope we did, that we've moved from what has been defined as the inherently undemocratic impact assessment models that have existed until today to something much wider, which takes into account not only the how and the why, but the what for and whom with. And that is at the bottom of our thinking. But it also relates to what we want to do, if anything, now from the future. As we have discussed in the consortium, we also at Interarts firmly believe in the idea of a legacy. That's important. We have exchanged with you a lot on the potential for dissemination of this project. We have the online model, which is already something that goes beyond the gray literature that we are all used to providing at the end of projects. So that's, I think, an achievement that we can also be proud of. Dissemination is absolutely important, definitely. But I, again, think that it is about answering the question, what for? It's being out there, it's making people aware, it's making people aware of a context, of an opportunity, which brings me to the fact that we have two levels here. I think that we have mentioned them this morning. It is important to advocate because we have a political responsibility to do so, in the hope that at some point our considerations will be taken up, from a normative regulatory point of view, not mandatory. I never use this word because it's not about that, and not at the level that we're talking about. But it is about principles, values, methodologies that can be put black on white, yes, and normative instruments. So that I think that is an advocacy exercise that we have to do. And on the other side, let's keep it small, let's keep it simple. Let's hope for the best that when we, go out there more than we are doing right now, some people will be interested, will be compelled by what we're suggesting and will want to use it. And that's how one starts, also big stories, I think. And small pilot initiatives, as the one you have mentioned in Ventotene, why not? Of course, on the contrary. But maybe many others that do not have, the top-down approach, but rather demonstrate the importance of what has been produced because people want to own it in the sector. Thank you again for the experience of these 2 years.
I don't know if I can add much more to what's already been said. It's been a great 2 years of a process. I think when we were thrown together as this crazy family 2 years ago, I was hesitant to expect that we would last the 2 years. There were interesting kind of minor conflicts, very minor conflicts that kind of I thought may expand into major ones, but they didn't. They allowed the family to grow and learn how to speak up and be open and have an open discourse. And I think that open discourse has led to the results that we see today. And I think that the results show the personality of the individuals within the family, so like of the individual organizations and also the individual people involved. And it's a very people-centered result, I think, at the end, and a democratic result at the end of the project. In terms of the future, I'd love to test the model at a local level. I'd like to put some work into doing that in Ireland, and then the possibilities that Dubravko was talking about, the future in terms of training, there may be opportunities in that sense that we've already been having late night discussions on that might have opportunity also. And but yeah, I'm really grateful for the experience of the last 2 years, as I'm sure Christina is and Tiziana, and we're very grateful to Michela for hosting us as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. So I have the last words in this round, and before you probably will finalize the session. But to respond to your question about the future first, besides all the, I say, the normal dissemination activities which we've done and we will still do until the final end of the project for sure, I would like to mention that EDUCULT is working in this evaluation field in an everyday life position. So we have 15 to 20 evaluation projects we're doing with our research team per year. You know, they're small scale, some are bigger, but that's where we are always doing. And so we know about the difficulty also to probably to use this model now if the ones who want these evaluations they set up the goals. So, but still, I think we can try here from time to time to influence it a bit and to widen the horizon of these stakeholders. And so let's see if we can convince people to make use of the model in this sense. And for sure, we can try to go on what Leonidas said, to talk more with our case studies. And let's see if we have some changes in the museum squad in Vienna. Let's see what goes on there. Yeah, I think there are options, and like Mercedes said, let's see which doors it will open. So I want to thank you all partners, all persons of the consortium, especially also Angela and Rita, who did a great job with me in this project. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to get to know some others more than before also. So that was also really nice. And finally, I think that's my job now. Really thank you, Michela, and your team as coordinator, which was really great. And you were the engine, the driver always. And if there was something, you jumped in and did it if it was needed, and that was great. And it was like we could trust in you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you very much.